Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this meeting of the Kennebunkport Select Board. Today is the 26th of February. I'm calling this meeting to order at 5 p.m. First order of business is an executive session per MRSA 1, Section 405-6E to consult with the town attorney regarding the legal rights and duties of the body. May I have a motion to enter executive session?
So moved.
Second.
For first and second, any discussion? All in favor? We are in executive session.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back from executive session. I apologize for the 8 minutes that I've kept you sitting here. We do need to take a vote to exit executive session. We do not. We are out. So I will welcome you to this meeting of the Kennebunkport Select Board. Today is February the 26th. We are resuming the meeting at 6:08. Would you please rise and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next order of business is we have a litany of approvals tonight for minutes. We'll be approving the January 22nd, which was the Neighborhood Housing Trust Tour that the board took. Also February 9th, which was the response. Now, what did I put down there?
The legislative letter.
Isn't that wonderful? That was the one for the response to LD 2173 that we had at 1 p.m. February 11th was the bus meeting that we had here in this room. February 12th, we have been busy, was our normal Board of Selectmen meeting. And February 19th was the joint meeting between the Beach Advisory Committee and the Board of Selectmen on GRB parking.
So moved.
I have a motion. I have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Item 5 is our public forum. This is an opportunity for anyone who wants to address the board with any issue that is not on the agenda. Anyone here present? Anybody in Zoom land?
No hands raised.
Then moving on to item 6. This is the approval of restriction on vehicle weight limits on certain roads in accordance with 29 AMRSA Section 2395 and Kennebunkport Traffic and Parking Ordinance. This is the time of year, thank God, you wouldn't believe spring's coming with all the snow, but this is the time of year where we consider closing certain roads to vehicles over 23,000 pounds. This is in order to protect the road during the spring thaw. Heating oil trucks are still allowed to travel on the roads, and people can also request a temporary permit from the Public Works Director as long as the temperature is below 32 degrees and there are no visible cracks on the road, then the permit will be given. There is on the packets online, if you're interested, there is a list of the roads that will be posted. Note that this is the same list that we had last year, so if it wasn't posted last year, it won't be posted this year, and vice versa. So depending on the weather and the frost, we hope to reopen all roads in the beginning of April. Are there any thoughts or concerns from folks here? Any news, any hands? Great,
Okay,
I'll move it.
please. Motion made.
second.
Motion first and second. Any discussion? All in favor? Item number 7. This is a renewal of a liquor license for Olivos, if how to pronounce that, LLC. We know it better as Ultramar and the Casa 77 on 77 Pier Road. The town is suggesting, recommending approval of the license.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and second. Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Number 8, this is an update on the hazard mitigation funding for the Ocean Avenue Wambi Beach project. Thank you. Barry Chef with us.
Good evening, Barry Chef from Woodard and Curran, and I know you have a full agenda, so I have some slides prepared, but I will go through them rather quickly. And if you have any feedback, don't hesitate to stop me. I know you're a great board in that respect. If you can go to the next slide. So you may remember we initiated this work. It's been a while, September of 2023, after the success of the Pier Road Causeway project, and then in January of 2024, we all experienced those dramatic storms that closed Ocean Ave. This is just a quick visual for folks. If you remember, thank you, there's two different scenarios here. The Lake of the Woods, which is rainfall-derived flooding, and then the Atlantic Ocean, those elevations I'll refer to quite frequently, being elevation 11 is the base flood elevation, so that's the 100-year flood elevation with the Lake of the Woods, and the Atlantic Ocean is an elevation of 15. The VE is the velocity zone. This is just a picture for those of you that may remember that storm. It was dramatic and closed the road for an extended period of time.
That's Wambi Beach?
That's Wambi Beach. You got it, yeah. So just in terms of design goals, when we started this project, the low point is down towards Wambi Beach. Plan right is 10.0 feet, 10.04 feet. And then the low point in front of Walker's Point is 8.82 feet, 4 feet. And we had really some goals of trying to make sure that we minimize disturbances to the abutters, stay within the existing town right-of-way, and minimize impact to existing driveways. So in this picture here, what you're seeing, this was our preliminary design. This was work that we did as part of this effort with preliminary evaluations. And the board at that point, back in April of 2024, suggested we advance the design. We called it 14.7. So setting the elevation of the road down around Walker's Point at elevation 14 and elevation 17 with a wave wall down at Wambi Beach. If you can go to the next slide. As we proceeded through design and permitting, we found that there is a sand dune that's been designated, and so as part of that sand dune, there are no retaining walls allowed within a sand dune, within a coastal sand dune, based on the DEP rules. So what we did was we eliminated the wave wall, which was a retaining wall, and elevated the road. It really only raised the road section by about a foot. If you can go to the next slide. And as part of that, what we ended up having to do was we looked at trying to maintain as much parking in that area as possible, and added a safety shoulder. So where Wambi Beach parking area is now, you'll see that's a safety shoulder. And then we added some on-street parking. We had some feedback. We solicited feedback from the abutters. We solicited feedback from the public works director and the police chief and the fire chief. And you may remember we had a site walk back in September with the board, and it was determined that we wanted to eliminate that on-street parking, that the safety issues associated with that little section. So if you go to the next page, where we are currently, this is where we are currently with our design, which maintains that safety shoulder. It's a critical piece, we know. And as part of this, really to the heart of the matter, we've been working closely with the town's direction with FEMA and with MEMA to submit a grant application, a hazard mitigation grant application. There was a disaster declaration for a storm, and we've been working to prepare that application. We're ready to submit 100% design documents to the town in the coming weeks. And in anticipation of that, if you can go to the next slide, this is the timeline as part of this FEMA HMGP is Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. We're expecting a FEMA award. So as far as the FEMA process, we've submitted an application to MEMA, and the town is the sub-applicant. We've submitted an application to MEMA. MEMA has submitted that to FEMA. We've gone through a process, an RFI process, where we've responded to questions that they've had. And now we are in the award process. We are waiting to hear. The FEMA award we expect will be August of 2026, potentially bidding in August, and then construction. This is a timeline that they asked us for, that they've requested from the town. Construction bidding, August of 20. This assumes we move forward. This is not a foregone conclusion that you're moving forward. But under this scenario, August 2026 bidding, construction starting really June of 2027. It's really important. We know how densely, the visitor and traffic is in that area, and so we're acknowledging that in when we would start construction. You see, mobilization is not really until September of 2027, so we're waiting for that summer tourist season and heavy visitor season to pass us. Then, because of the soil conditions, we have a settlement period, so there'll be a pause in activity, and then we'll come back in March of 2029 and through May of 2030, really spring cleanup there, which will get us through a FEMA grant closeout in August of 2030. And so this is just the strategic. So as part of the project, this the way that FEMA approaches this project is it is called a large project notification. So any project over $1 million that they propose to fund requires a large project notification. The total project cost is $2.88 million. The FEMA hazard mitigation grant is a 75-25 match. So the town's match would be 25%, approximately $721,000. At the top, you'll see the pre-award fieldwork and preliminary engineering and pre-award final engineering. Those are funds that you've already expended for design. Those would come out of your, it's called the non-federal share, but the local share. These are requirements of the FEMA grant, was this strategic fund management plan. I am happy to go into tons more detail if you wish, answer any questions of the board.
So we basically have lost our parking, or will lose most of our parking there, and I just think it's just too much to lose to do this project. That's how I'm feeling. I know you tried your best to save all the parking and everything, but, and I still don't understand where the state's saying it's a sand dune. That just blows my mind. I just can't do it. It's
So there's,
$721,000 that the town's gonna have to pay. And I'm 74 years old, and I've only seen this much damage that one time. So I would much rather would see the town, if it happened again, to spend the money to go ahead and just fix it. Well, how much did that cost us to fix the road when it washed out, roughly?
Chief Simeone, do you remember the numbers?
We got some federal grant money for that.
Huh?
We got some state grant money or something for that too.
Yeah, to the best of my recollection, it was right around $88,000 for all the repairs along Ocean Avenue.
Okay. So that would give us, we could fix the road 8 times for that $721,000. So, you know, it happened once it has happened once in my lifetime. So I
I
just
would
can't-
say that, just to be clear on the repairs, we still haven't repaired all of the issues with drainage. So remember, there was the damage in that open area before you get to the Bush's driveway, and it blew out the culverts, and we still need to do drainage work there. This is part of that work. And then there's the increasing the height of the road. So there's 2 pieces to it, Barry. Sorry.
Thank you.
so any other comments?
I just,
What exactly are we voting on tonight?
nothing.
Just to proceed?
What I would like to discuss is a vote tonight, and I'll explain that. I thought we'd just hear some comments and then make an but let's talk about it. We're at a stage right now with this proposal that it is been approved through the agencies and now needs to progress to Congress for a final approval and a final vote. The situation the town faces is, before we present this to Congress and say, please fund us, we would like to have a good sense that indeed it's something we're going to be moving forward with. And I think that just is responsible for us to do. So that's the reason to call for a vote this evening. We're discussing right now with Alan beginning our discussion on the merits of moving forward on this project. And as was pointed out by Barry, that 721 is really 606 because we've already spent 214. So that would let you do it 6 times. But, you know, the question, and I appreciate that there's some question of whether by 2030 one needs to think about raising vulnerable roads to this height. Certainly, the state very much feels that we should be managing to this. In fact, this might be a few inches below, but that doesn't, there we are. You know, it's a matter of trade-offs in my mind. We have an opportunity to leverage $3 million, a little less, but $2.9 million for a $600,000 payment. If this road continues to wash out, we'll be faced with paying that full $3 million. Maybe there'll be money from the government, maybe there won't. But this is a bird in hand. I appreciate that it lessens the now there's not parking there, there's a safety shoulder. One can repair a tire in that safety shoulder. Now, they might also have lunch and look out to sea, I don't know. But it's a safety shoulder. But there is a spot there. It just, in my opinion, the responsible thing to do is to accept this opportunity to make a leverage of the town's funds, which, by the way, are already allocated. It will not affect this year's tax rate at all, to leverage this kind of money. So that's really where my thinking is.
Because, John, on the 721, some of it we've already used, we've already spent money on, and we have already put other funds aside, is that correct?
Correct.
In the capital reserve or the climate.
Correct, the 606.
So the
now-
money's already been put aside, it just
Precisely.
hasn't been used yet.
Precisely. It's allocated.
So where
I mean, I
Okay.
think, to your point, that we are still waiting to hear if the town is actually, this project has been approved. Obviously, if the town was to take a vote that we have the match money, I'm sure that would make it more competitive down in Washington. And we've already put, my thought is, we've already put the money away, so it's no additional money that we're looking for, so.
I'd hate to have Congress say, okay, you got it. We say, no, thanks, we don't want your
Yeah,
money.
so, okay.
That might hurt future, that would be my
Yeah.
thought. Yeah.
And I know, unfortunately, the way the parking works down there, we can't have it because of it is a sand dune, supposedly.
You're gonna lose a lot of
I
parking.
know, but,
And a lot of people park there.
So I think where I'm coming from is, what Barry, what you guys presented us in the beginning is like, we got it all. You know, we got parking, we got our elevation, and we were like, hey, let's go, you know, because we knew there was gonna be grant money out there. And then as, you know, unfortunately, as we got more information, as you stated, and we had the sand dune. So I look at it this way. I'm glad that we have the 600,000 in our capital account or our fund for this, the resiliency projects. But if I prioritize the resiliency projects, I'm still waiting for, I look at it from the, what could be or should be or isn't or will be or won't be done from what the study that we're doing right now in the harbor. So I look at that as, that's the transformational study that I'm waiting for, and I don't know if we're going to have to allocate funds to do something there, or what the options are gonna be. So I sort of prioritize, I'm sort of, in my mind, I wanna hold on to that bucket of cash, and I wanna wait for the river study to come back to see what our options are there. To Alan's point, I'm not willing to, I think we were all working down the right path, and I listened to John and heard from David. And so I agree with you guys, but also I just don't want to give up the parking because we just don't have any real stuff on that road, and we're not getting hammered. And I know that the consequence of doing that, as John pointed out, is there's, you know, the bird in the hand, and that's where I'm struggling. And if we didn't have other areas in the town where we're gonna have to probably raise some serious cash to do some things, like the port area, then I would probably consider this a little bit more, but right now, I think I would hold off.
Joe?
It's a tough decision. You have to balance the parking issue, but it's hard to walk away from that subsidy. And it's also, I mean, the road could use a little work down there. I mean, even now, it's sort of grifty and, you know, not the best road surface. So it's gonna be, it's a hard decision.
Alrighty. I wonder if is there anybody in the audience would have a comment or something before we take a vote? I would open it up for any thoughts. Any thoughts online?
No hands raised.
Then I would ask for a proposal, for a motion.
So you want a motion to approve, sorry,
The motion would be to approve the expenditure of the funds required, and I don't have the exact number, but the funds, already allocated funds, to ensure a in-kind payment for the work on the Wamby Beach.
so did you just make the motion?
I just did.
Then I will second the motion.
I have a first and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? It's 3-2. Thank you very much. All righty. Item 9. This is to consider the request from the Neighborhood Housing Trust to place the transfer of property located at map block 314 on the June town warrant. And I believe Larissa is here, and you'll tell us a little bit of where 314 is located, I'm sure.
I absolutely will. Hello,
Thank
I'm
you.
Larissa Crockett. I'm the Executive Director of the Neighborhood Housing Trust. Thank you for allowing us to come to you today. So the parcel in question is at the corner of Goose Rocks and Log Cabin on the Trolley Museum side. So you can picture that corner. It's about a 1.4 acre lot. It's in the forest and farm zone. It is a non-conforming lot of record that did at one point have a home on it. And what we are asking for is for permission to go onto the town meeting floor and ask the townspeople if we may have that land for the purpose of building a single home that will then be sold. The buyer will be chosen through an application and drawing process. And that it would be first offered exclusively to Town of Kennebunkport employees and RSU 21 employees. And if for some reason there is not anyone within that pool that applies and is qualified and wants the home, we don't think that's likely, but if that were the case, it would then be expanded the applicant pool to people that currently live in or work in the 3 towns of Kennebunkport, Kennebunk, and Arundel.
Is there a reason why it's a single, there's obviously perhaps room to put a duplex there or not? Have you
Well,
looked at
there
that?
absolutely is. Unfortunately, it's because of the zoning that is on that land. While it's a lot of record, it is smaller than current zoning would allow. And so I think I am understanding from the planning department that a single-family home is the maximum that could be placed there.
So you actually want to come in front of the town meeting and go ahead and ask the voters at that meeting to vote on it, to give it
Yes,
to you?
yes, we are not asking the select board
No.
to give us the land. We're asking for permission to go to the townspeople and ask for permission through the town meeting process.
And the restrictions, the pool would be Kennebunkport town employees, which would include fire and EMS and.
Yes.
Okay. Or RSU 21.
Yes,
If that doesn't give us a large enough pool or there's no interest, then we would expand it to the same groups within the town of Kennebunk in a town of Arundel.
Correct,
And these would be permanently affordable.
correct. I would actually.
Permanently deed restricted, that would be the pool of people that would, upon resale, would be the first to be able to buy the home at a
at
below
a-
market rate.
Below market rate. I want to make a slight correction. When we talk about expanding the pool, it would not then be limited to only town employees of Kennebunk and Arundel. It would be expanded to anyone that currently lives in or works in one of the 3 towns that we serve.
Okay, well then, I just think you also need to include that
So,
for the town of Kennebunkport.
Yes,
Because that was
right, all 3 towns, yes.
so I would rather see it go by ballot, let everybody vote on it, one way or the other. Even though I'm in favor of what you wanna do, 100%, I'm on your side. But I think that everybody should have a bite at the apple on how they wanna give their land away.
I hear that. Our request to be on the floor is really based on being able to allow people to ask every question that they want to ask and have a conversation on the floor to make sure that there's really solid understanding about the process and the proposal. So that's why we feel like the floor might be a more sound space for us to have that open conversation. So that's why we've requested for the floor.
Yeah, I get that. I understand that, and I think we do have we have the public hearing for anything that goes on the ballot. So I think we could achieve that. Because if I look at the disparity between, who shows up at the town hall, there's maybe 40, 60 people versus our voting population that shows up at the ballot. And I think for something as important as this, I'd like to have awareness, one, of what the town is doing, because I think in the past, the town has maybe suffered from lack of awareness on certain things, getting the whole town vote in. My other question is, and it may be Larissa, maybe you can't answer this, but maybe this is more to Lori. Both sides of the parcel of land there is forest, and it's also dedicated to Julian Howard.
I believe the Julian Howard dedication is on the opposite side
It's
of the
on
road.
both.
You think it's on both?
There's a sign on both.
There is a sign on both?
Yeah.
We looked at a plot map of it, and it showed the Miller Forest, and then it showed the Julian Howard piece, but that could be.
Yeah, so I think I just want to make sure that we do the due diligence and make sure that there's nothing that precludes us from putting this. If the town did something, do we have to do something does the select board have to make a decision to unmemorialize that plot, or what? Or do we call that I think we just need to understand
Sure.
where we are on that one.
We sometimes jokingly talk about how we are delighted to sell our souls for any naming rights of any form, okay? So whatever the town would like to call this home and this parcel, we have no preference, right? So
Right.
if you tell us that this is named after anyone, we say, great, that is the name of this home, and that's how we refer to it in perpetuity.
Yeah, so I'd like to make sure that we clear that up before, we go forward to make sure that we're not misstepping. But then I would like to see it discussed in this form when we do all our ballots, and I'd like to see it go on the ballot,
Okay, great.
my preference.
I have a couple of questions. You gonna go?
No, good.
First, have you inquired about a variance around the zoning? Because everything is changing around affordable housing and, all of the statutes. So, is there a possibility to go back, or that's already just been?
My position is there's always a possibility to go back, okay? But I think that this parcel is not subject to LD 2003, which is the state law
Right.
that gives for greater density for affordable housing. There is no public water, there is no
It's not in
public
the growth
sewer, nor is it
area.
in a growth zone. So I think that we would like to make sure that we have a home that is available to the town's people in Kennebunkport, that is specific to our people that work for this town and serve this community, and that it is not of interest to us to in any way alienate our town as we're trying to do that. So if the town is open to us exploring the opportunity of putting a duplex on that property or 2 standalone homes, we would be delighted and thrilled. But we also don't feel like we want to be asking for something above and beyond what the other people in the community would be allowed to build.
Yeah, it's sort of a weird shaped lot.
It's elongated a little bit, right?
elongated, and then it zips down to a narrow.
And Larissa, one of the questions that does come up oftentimes is the question of, do these homes pay property tax? And can you give any sense of maybe, the lot right now is assessed at 118 point something thousand dollars. We figured out that's about an $800 property tax, which is not a lot of money that the town isn't getting right now. But people are concerned that some of these projects do not pay, these homes don't pay tax. Can you explain to us what your position would be on how the tax would include the land as being part of
Sure,
the tax? Like
delighted
Beechwood Ave, those homes are paying building and land tax.
So yeah, we have two, we have two different forms that we work underneath, okay? One of them is what's called a community land trust, and that's what we did at Heritage Woods. So in a community land trust model, the community land trust, being the neighborhood housing trust, continues to maintain ownership of the land itself as a way to ensure the affordability into the future of each home. By owning the land, none of those homes can be sold without us at the table. So even if you have a bad actor seller and a bad actor buyer, they don't have the way to forward to flip that home from the heavily subsidized affordable home into a market rate home, okay? So our preference is always to continue to own land, land underneath, in order to have that really tight hold on affordability for the remaining life of that home. At Land Woods, however, for a number of reasons, we have a different model there, and that is a condominium, now HOA-run neighborhood. The association owns all of the land, and the homeowners own their individual homes, and the property taxes are paid on both the house and the land. At Heritage Woods, property taxes are paid on the homes themselves, but because we as a nonprofit own the land, we do not pay property tax on those. For this parcel, there are three paths that we have, okay? One of them is a straight-up community land trust model like we did at Heritage Woods. The homeowner would pay property taxes on the home at its saleable value, because remember, this is going to have maximum caps on it, okay? So let's imagine that the home sells for, let's say the value is $400,000, that's what it cost us to build, and so that's what we sell it to someone else. And I'm just gonna round things up easily, okay? So that's $2,400 in tax revenue that would be coming in on that home as a home, okay? The second option is to do what we've done at Land Woods, where the property owner will own the land and the home and pay taxes on both for a total of $3,200 a year. The third option we would have, and it would be our first foray into this space, would be to say, we would like to have the protective measure of owning that land, and we are happy to offer a payment in lieu of taxes, a pilot, to the town on that property, so that we have the protection that we would like to have forever and ever on the affordability of the home, and the town is receiving a payment in lieu of property taxes to help make their coffers match up. So those are the three paths. We are not interested in the same way that we are not interested in arguing with the planning department about what we can and cannot do on the parcel. We are not interested in arguing with the town. You tell us which path you would like us to take. We will say, thank you very much for the opportunity, and we'll move forward.
I personally would like to see the buyer own the land and the home. I think it's a cleaner deal, and it's a lot easier. It's to me, I'd prefer that. I mean, I would much rather have own the land also, if I were a buyer. Even though the land has been given, I think that affordability would be much easier for them to be able to go ahead and own the land and the house. And when they go to sell it, which they will someday, I think that's the way to go for them.
I kind of like having the control of the trust, being able to ensure that stays affordable. I do like the thought of that third option, because I think it is important in a fairness way that folks are carrying their weight in terms of financial contribution back to the town. So with this in lieu of, what guarantee would the town have that, what happens if you stop, of course, if you guys stop existing, then if you were holding it even in the first one, things go a little sideways, right? So
If we stop existing, another nonprofit that's in the housing world, we dissolve and they take over our assets. So that's what would happen if we stop existing. You know, you have, I think, only one other nonprofit in town that offers a pilot as a partial payment of their value of their land holdings.
Right.
And we would have to see what, Lori, do you know if they have a legal agreement to do so, or how that, it's a,
They don't.
okay. So it is a question of, somewhat
we would
question of
need to
trust,
establish
but we could
that.
establish, we could talk to legal and see if there's a way to
And that it would carry on your
Yep.
thing, but that would have been my choice.
So Larissa, what is so when we've talked about the other ones and the affordability passing on and on, what's the concern, I'm not following on our past conversations versus maybe the potential concern on if we, to Alan's point, have this house and the land sold?
The concern is if you have two bad actors, okay? So the concern is that if we build this house and sell it, we expect its assessed value, its appraised value in the open market would be probably in the 7s to 9s, okay? Just based on it being a single-family home in Kennebunkport on 1.4 acres of land. Well, if we sell it at $400,000, there's a lot of incentive to find a way to circumvent the deed restrictions that we will place on it. Okay, there will be clear deed restrictions, covenants on that deed that make it clear that the house may not be sold above a certain amount and to a certain population. But we do have examples across the country of two bad actors working together to find a way to get around that. The most secure way to ensure that 150 years from now, because we build high-quality homes, that home is still serving the population that it was built to serve, is for the land to be owned by a separate entity. And Mr. Daggett, I certainly respect that in the general market, absolutely, you are better off as an owner and then a future seller to own the land. Because of the model and the affordability covenants, the owner of that home is not at a disadvantage in trying to sell the home later. There will be interest in a home that is being sold at half the price of the other homes in the area.
But if it's still, if you have stipulations in place, I would think that would be enough. I wouldn't.
We hope so too, and we know that it's not as secure, okay? So it's a question of,
So what you're telling us is there's already examples
There's
across the
examples, you're
US
saying.
where they're finding their ways around the deed
they're not
restrictions.
common, I don't wanna cause alarm,
Right,
okay?
but it's happening,
we-
there's precedent
Exactly.
starting.
And what we don't want to have happen is the generosity of the townspeople being lost to one household profiting possibly $400,000.
And it's also not, I'm just sorry, it's also, just so people know, it's not uncommon when you're doing this type of housing to have different types of scenarios set up. Some communities actually retain the land themselves and they do ground leases for 99 years. So there's no property tax coming in, but the town is controlling the land. You might get a nonprofit who owns the land and ground leases to the resident.
So that would be interesting if the town, that would be an interesting thing, because then that gets rid of the risk of, so you got me when you said, well, if something unfortunate happened and you guys dissolved, then another player comes in and you're like, ugh.
But it's no revenue, though.
No, but my point is, to David's point, there's examples where the town retained the land.
Right. But then there's no revenue to the town, and there's a fairness issue to other folks.
On the land.
On
On the
whereas
land,
house.
on the land, oh, yeah, on the land.
But we're not getting, I mean, that was or is the trust thinking that they're gonna give us money for the land?
That's
Well, I
the
was saying that
pilot,
if we
yeah.
did the third option of the pilot, then we would have the security of ownership, and the town would have the tax payment associated with the value of the land.
So the trust will pay us,
Exactly.
It's a
Exactly.
pilot, yeah.
okay, for as long as, yeah.
Well, raise assessed.
Can I ask a question, because now that
Yeah,
you
this is-
started down
this
the
is the
legal
time,
path.
absolutely.
Yeah, so now that you started down the legal path,
Really remember that I'm not an attorney.
I know.
Okay.
I'm sure we have some in the crowd, though.
Feel confident, yes.
And on the board, but, so, I don't mean to ask this question because I don't know how to say this without, but anyways, I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah.
Nothing's meant by any population or anything. Foreclosures happen.
Very rarely.
So what
go ahead.
happens on that case?
I did ask somebody before
Okay.
that, so, they're gonna look into that for us.
Okay.
That an affordable deed restriction does not necessarily get wiped out by a foreclosure by a private mortgage holder.
I actually just had this conversation
Yeah.
with Maine Housing today about the houses at Landon Woods. And so what we have done is we've actually written in, Maine Housing is writing into the language that we are using with the subsidy for those homes, that we have right of first refusal upon foreclosure as a trust. Okay, so that if the homeowner, for whatever reason, is going to foreclose, the trust has the opportunity to be the person that comes in, buys off the rest of that mortgage, and keeps that home within, and gets to go through the process again.
Okay, so then obviously you would write it in a way that gives the trust ample time, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Right. And then my next point is could we offer, what's the thoughts about, you said we would offer, the first one would go to Kennebunkport, town employees, RSU 21. Would there be in that first tier, town residents of Kennebunkport?
That wasn't the intention. The intention was to, I mean, we can frame this however people want to, okay? Another, and I'm not pushing for the floor, please don't hear me being pushy, but another reason to go to the floor is that the warrant article can be, you know, as amended as goes. But anyway, we can state this however people want. Our proposal was to have, imagining 2 rounds. We don't expect to go past the first round, but 2 rounds. The first one being Town of Kennebunkport employees and RSU 21 employees only. And the second round being for people that currently live in or work in Kennebunkport, Kennebunk, or Arundel. If what the town of Kennebunkport wants to do, because the land is its asset, is to say, actually, we would like your first round to also include anyone who currently works in the town of Kennebunkport. Okay? If you say to us, we'd like your second round to only be people that currently live in or work in Kennebunkport. Okay, right? We get to do this however each community that we serve wants to do this. I think based on our most recent process, we are not going to have to go to a second round. So really, there should be a conversation about what you want to have happen in that first round, because if there's one home, I feel incredibly confident we will not need a second round.
Just so people in the audience know, the 6 units that are on Beechwood Avenue that are now been, potential homeowners have been selected. Those 6 units, we had about 12 qualified applicants for those 6. So there are 6 potential homeowners who unfortunately are not going to become homeowners. In that, without going into too much, we had some RSU 21 employees who are potentially new homeowners. We have a nurse in town who is a potentially new homeowner. We have an employee of one of the businesses here in town. Who is
2
gonna be
employees.
2 employees from one of the local businesses here in town that are going to be homeowners. So we have a couple kids families
We've got
with
4
kids.
children, 2
So,
dogs, 2 cats, an exotic bird.
But there are, I just want to let you know that there is demand in people in the town, so this is a potential way. And the other thing I thought was, that people found fascinating, was how much you can actually make and still qualify for these. Right now, the ones on Beechwood, you could make up for a round number up to $111,000 and still be technically qualified to potentially own one of those homes. This home would be sold at a little bit higher price. That gives us a little bit more room to increase the area median income higher than it is, because it would be it wouldn't be sourced or subsidized by a state of Maine or the federal government. So that also gives us more control as to who the audience is.
Yeah, and I
as
want
who
to
can
speak
get
to that, if I can, just for a minute, about like when we're talking about the dollars. I think that people, when I go and I talk to other groups and I bring my little slide deck and it's got like, this is the median home price and this is how much you need to earn in order to afford that median. So as I wrote in your note, when I wrote your note, there were 3 homes on the market for below $800,000. The least expensive was $615,000, and then they went up from there. Okay, one was I think $695,000 and one was $795,000 or something like that. So when we talk about what you need as a household income in order to afford an $800,000 home, okay, it's over $200,000 a year. most households that are working in our community do not make $200,000 a year. That is a lot of money per year to be earning as your wages in your household. So when we're thinking about this home, we are excited to test a model that we haven't had an opportunity to test yet. We are both a 501c3 and we are a 501c4. Under the C4, we really can sell homes at really whatever prices we want to. And we are thinking that this is a great place to test a model of serving that missing middle that isn't served by the subsidies that are coming from Maine Housing. So if we think about, and I never like to talk about what public people make in public meetings, because sometimes people get a little feisty about, what do you mean they make that much money? But let's imagine that we have a household that has a teacher that's been teaching for no more than 5 years, and we have a police officer who's been being a police officer for no more than 5 years. That household together is probably going to be earning about $125,000, maybe $130,000 a year. Okay, that's where they're going to be. Now, for a lot of us, we're like, wow, $130,000, that's so much money. But $130,000 is not anywhere near enough money to get a home at the prices that are sold in any of our communities. $130,000, and if there's a mortgage person here that wants to correct me, please do. But you're looking at maybe qualifying for about a $400,000 home. We feel like the people that are in those jobs that are earning those levels of money, they're being left out of the market because they make too much money to access like the homes that we built at Beechwood, but they make far too little money to access the homes that the market can afford to buy, to build and sell. So we're looking forward to having this opportunity to build a home. We think we are going to be able to build it and sell it for somewhere between $350,000 and $400,000 is our expectation. And that is a really achievable mortgage for a household that is having, you know, 2 people that are working in our community, or 1 person maybe that's been in a position that's been teaching for 15 years, or somebody who's been a police officer for 20 years. They're going to be able to afford this home.
Thank you. I might put just one other thought. As I understand it, with the, if we did this during the town meeting, you would be able to make some of these changes. Maybe it could be a duplex if a duplex came up, or maybe it could be if that were possible, or if the way you want to do the land. Whereas if we put it on the ballot, we're going to have to nail it specifically
Yes.
as to exactly what it is. And you take out the opportunity to work with folks who are there because they have an interest in being there at that meeting and moving this issue forward in the most advantageous way. So again, I think the town meeting has a role to play, particularly in this case, when you can actually mold what parameters you want around this vote.
But you don't need to do that for the vote, because all you're doing right now is saying that the Housing Trust wants to build a house on this property. You're not saying it's gonna be, you're saying basically in the range, it's 1,500 square feet, we're hoping to market it. So you're giving that level, but you don't have to go to the town and say we're building a duplex, because you know, you haven't gone through the zoning board process yet.
But people are going to know when they vote, what are they paying taxes?
But-
What are the taxes being paid?
But in order to do that, you're gonna have to let them go through the planning board process. You can't
No, you do
No,
not,
no,
you do
take-
not,
take
no.
off the duplex.
Single
Sorry, I said the
single-family
duplex.
homes do not have to go through planning board.
Yeah, so, I mean, so if it's a single-family home, I think the more germane point is, does the town, so I'll just say it right out. I will not vote for this, I will be a no vote for this to go to the town meeting, because it is 60 people, and this is important. This is a town-owned piece of property. I feel that we have things that go on the ballot. There's, the ballot is, do you want to sell this property to the Housing Trust? And Larissa, when we have the public hearing for all our ballots, this is what we do. People come to this room, and we talk through all the ballots, and people can give, and the board at that time makes the decision to put on the ballot after they heard from the public.
Fewer than 40 people usually come to those public hearings. There may be some people that are online, but those are the only ones that hear it. Same number that would have been at the town meeting. So I don't know, this is an issue, but
This is a town-owned piece of property. And every voter that pays taxes needs to have the ability to pull that lever, yes or no. This is not our money. This is not 60 people's money. This is every resident that chooses to go and exercise their voting this has to go on the ballot. I don't think it will fail. I think, but I just want to be able to say this thing went on the ballot. If anybody asks me a question, I'll say the majority of the town voted for it.
And I'm
Thumbs up.
feeling the same way. It should go on ballot, because everybody should have a chance to say yes or no. I'm quite sure it's gonna pass, but if we put it to the town meeting, we're always gonna hear a bunch of
Yeah.
feedback.
Yep.
And that's happened to us 2 or 3 times. And if we give it to the voters by ballot, it's a done deal, one way or the other. And I would hope that the town would vote for it, but I think it needs to go to the ballot.
I hope people properly educate themselves before they vote. That's always a hope.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the only, sometimes a social media campaign can go the wrong direction.
I've
and
seen that
can lead things
happen.
in the wrong way.
I've seen
And
that
my
happen.
concern would be that, potentially that this could go the wrong way because it's the word affordable housing, or potentially it will get as affordable housing, and there are just people who will say, not in my backyard. And I think that it would have to be, if it's going to go to the ballot, it needs to be a well-orchestrated, positive campaign with everyone on the board saying that this is how they should vote. And, but my concern is that we don't have a town newspaper anymore.
Right.
And that certain things can go south.
No letters to the editor?
Unexpectedly or unintentionally, but they go south.
And I-
And I don't want to
Maybe-
turn
Or
some.
intentionally.
Or intentionally, and I don't want someone to miss out an opportunity to become a town resident, because they're in an affordable unit, but they're actually making maybe $180,000, because apparently those aren't people that we want in the town. That would be my only
I
concern.
have a question. What did we do last time for the last
What did we do
project?
last-
What did we do last time?
It
Because
was-
I haven't heard any blowback
It was-
about,
it was-
I've heard most
it was-
people think
It was a different bucket because it was tax acquired land. And by the ordinance or law or whatever, the select board had the ability to do whatever with the tax acquired land. And so, then after the Supreme Court ruling came into place, that stopped the
no more.
tax, no
I mean,
more.
we can't do that.
Can't do
But
that anymore.
conceptually, the select board voted
Yes,
to donate the land.
yes.
Correct.
That's correct.
And there was, to the discussion here at the board level, there was, there's blowback from that, right? And so I hear David's and John's concern, but then the funny side in my brain says, well then, hell, why do we put anything on the ballot if people don't educate? But I understand the part about the negative thing, but this is workforce housing, and on the flip side of it, Larissa has come to us about donations and getting the word out. And to me, putting something like this on the ballot and being able to articulate what it is and to promote it to that level and to get the correct understanding and messaging out there, I think in the end will be a win-win. I understand the potential for the negative campaign, but you know what? That could happen at a 60-person vote at the town hall. So you may actually do a disservice because the coin could flip the other way and it doesn't take a lot of people at that town hall to vote something like
But at
this
least you
down.
have an opportunity to respond to it when it's there. We are a town meeting form of government, and the ballot is one form of a town meeting, as is the organized town meeting. But there we are. So do we need to choose one way or the other in how
Well,
we place this? Or
I'd
is this-
like to have the Julian Howard, we gotta have the Julian Howard thing answered first, right? We gotta have that clear to make sure that there's nothing else that has to happen, because we just
So
have to understand
we
that.
have
So
time.
the answer is you do not have to make a decision tonight.
Tonight, perfect.
So we have the Julian Howard thing that we should look into.
Yeah.
Do we want to
Yeah.
take, Robin?
Yes, of course.
Robin Phillips, Kennebunkport. I have trouble with this whole concept of the town meeting, because we know who shows up. Even when it was changed that first year, I think 90 showed up, but the other thing I want to point out is not everybody can get to the town. I know some poor people that could use help with their taxes. They're handicapped. They can't come to a town meeting. We're doing nothing for them. And this is an organization where it's your salary, and I would think it's your duty to raise the money. I mean, $118,000. And I would like to see a little leveling of the playing field. There are some poor people. You guys just considered a quick claim or a lien on someone that's been here forever, works hard, is older. I know a handicapped person, there's no way they could get to the town meeting. You know, it's just, this would incite the same feelings that the special town meeting for the village parcel incited. That's an albatross, period. And then the peer meeting didn't go too well either. So I think people are onto that, and I think if there is a vote, which I have asked for several times in the past, probably whenever you started, to put it to the people, and it was always denied. So if you're going to put it to the people, because if you're handicapped, if you can't drive, if you have to work in one of our businesses, you can't go. So then they don't get the vote. That doesn't even seem legal. And I would like to say that I think we need some kind of ordinance in this town that the select board can't just give away things. Because that first round, nobody even knew about it. It was just given, and that was our skating rink, but the town wouldn't do anything to really make it nice. And that caused a lot of, people are still mad about that. People still don't even know what it is. So I would say if you are a full-time person with this job, that 118,000 isn't that much. And I wouldn't mind seeing maybe a little help for some of these people I mentioned that are really struggling. I mean, you know, you can't help it if you get a head injury and you're in a wheelchair, you know. And it's really hard to, for that person to, you know, keep going as well as they want to. So I just think there should be a little consideration for the true people who need some help. I mean, if you're earning, you know, I understand the concept, but the way it's been orchestrated has caused a lot of resentment, and a lot of people are still ignorant to what this actually is because it's been a little cloaked. And I read in the packet that this was not tax-acquired land per the safe, the vault. But when you look into this land, it was a veteran who couldn't pay his taxes, who the town made some agreement that he could stay there for life, and when he died, they took the land. So to me, that's not exactly someone giving up, you know, that was, in a way, tax acquired. And then that was in 1959, he died, and the town voted to take it on. So it wasn't like, oh, this was not tax acquired. It still was someone with unfortunate circumstances, which we have more of that in this town than I feel like anybody's acknowledging. So I would appreciate that, and I would appreciate a straightforward way for people to vote and really let them understand. We have public hearings. We show up when we're curious, you know. And, you know, if this was a really popular program, I think they would raise more money. I mean, we got $500,000 for a town hall in one day, right?
From one individual.
From one individual. So where's that guy or girl or whoever? So what I'm saying is effectiveness is a measure of truth. And so if people were really interested in forking over money for this, then, you know, for people that really make, you know, I think enough money on their own, you know, maybe not to live in Kennebunkport, but not everyone can live here. So a lot of people here scrape and save their land for their offspring, and they do it that way. That's the main way, and I'm not saying that's for everyone, but we're not looking at some people suffering in this town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish
Anyone.
to? So I think what I, what,
Hand raised on Zoom.
all righty.
2 hands now.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
This is Melinda Anderson
And,
speaking.
Linda, where did, and could you say where you live?
Sure. I live on Bryant Lane, lifelong resident. And I agree with Mary Beth and Alan in saying that it should go to the voters. And the voters, I called today to find the number, and our town voters is 3,418 people. And at the town meetings, I have the numbers from 2017 to 2025, and it starts at 51 people, 53 people, 60 people, 29 people. So when it goes to, you know, consolidated school in June, there's not many that go, and I can understand to some degree that, people can talk, but they don't. They don't. No one really hashes it out back like in the old days. I know back in the old days, I used to be in the back of the room. My parents would go. A lot of townspeople went, and it was really something that was chewed over. Any amount of money that the town spent was really, really chewed over, and it was accepted. But now it's kind of quiet unless you do it this way by going to, a public vote where it's a ballot. That way, to Robin's point, everyone gets a chance. If you work a Saturday in June and you can't go, you don't have a vote. No matter how you say it, you don't have a vote. But at the public hearing to be put on a ballot, everyone can hear in the public hearing the yes and no and the who pays taxes, how it's done, just like I think that's Miss Crockett that just spoke. She would be able to speak again. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
And, another thing to think about is since, kind of you can throw all these things in and come up with the best way. Today I heard a really interesting thought that what would happen if you put a pad on that property, a concrete pad, and allowed somebody to have a mobile home on that. That way, when they leave, they take their home. They can sell their home. The next person can come in, the septic and the water is there, and you get another chance at that. And I can throw a number up because it's a real number. I know someone that just did this 2 years ago, and it was $115,000 for a mobile home. So if we're really talking about affordable, that's affordable. And I want to say again, I think it should go to the ballot because then everyone really gets a vote. Even to Robin's point, there's a few people I know of that can't get out to go vote. They wouldn't go out and go vote because they may feel like people are looking at them because they're handicapped, and they weren't handicapped in their younger years. Now they are. They would want a paper ballot and to do it privately. So that's my thought on that.
Thank you, Linda. Is there
It's
any-
Melinda.
Yes, we have Lori.
Laurie, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. This is Lori Willett, Kennebunkport resident. And I also agree that this should definitely go on the ballot as opposed to the town hall. And there are so many questions. There's so much more to know about this. And just a couple of questions, naive questions maybe, but is there anything that says that, the employees that get the house, do they have any obligation to remain an employee for any length of time? And if the trust goes away and another trust comes in and takes over, are they obligated to honor what the previous trust has been honoring? Like things, so many questions and so many possibilities. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Susan,
Thank you.
anyone else?
Susan had her.
No, she did, but she said no.
I think we are going to table this,
We'll table this for 2 weeks.
and we will be back with you 2 weeks from.
Well, there is some information that the town needs to find out.
Yes, no,
to
indeed. We'll
guard
find about
and
the
all that.
woods and find the name.
If anyone has any comments or concerns about it, they should feel free to contact the board, of course, over the next 2 weeks.
I will vote for this if it gets on the ballot.
Thank you, Mr.
Absolutely.
Daggett.
Caught that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Versa.
Number 10, we are considering the future special event support.
Yeah, so usually when an organization wants to hold a special event in town, they need to get a permit, and that permit would be a mass gathering permit if it's over 250 people, or a special event permit if they're going to use town property. So town property could be a park, it could be a sidewalk, a road. And so we often get a lot of permit requests throughout the year for everything from bike and road races to other types of events, including community events. And so the question was asked of us recently in terms of what financial support do we give different events in community. And so basically, if you are, Joe Schmo bike race and you come to town and fill out a permit, we give you a rate for whatever those services are going to be. So if you need police at intersections to make sure that there's public safety addressed, then we bill that out. But there are certain events in town that the town has absorbed those costs for, and that includes Memorial Day, the Goose Rocks Beach Road Race and Parade, 4th of July fireworks event, and the Prelude event. And Circus Smirkus in the past, the PTA Circus Smirkus event. So those events we have financially covered. In the past couple of years, we've had to ramp up the security around Prelude, both because of the crowd and also because the world's changed and security levels need to be different. I think our police department has worked with regional agencies to make sure that people are safe during those activities. And so this year, for instance, Prelude, KBA picked up the additional cost for other officers to come in town to help us with that event. We had officers from, I think, Wells and Sanford and York. And so the question has come up, what kind of activities are we giving police officers and employees what we call the detail or special event rate? What ones are included as a town-sponsored event and the town will continue to cover. And so those questions have arisen, and as we are headed into budget season, that seems a relevant question.
There's a considerable difference in the cost, whether we consider this a community event or a nonprofit event, which is overtime plus benefits, versus a detailed event. And a detailed pay would be something, as you know, if someone had a wedding and wanted to have an officer there for whatever reason, they would pay the detailed rate. And what we have been finding, especially during when we were covering Prelude as a community event, not paying the extra detail pay, we were out of balance with the folks that were coming from other towns. And we were caught a bit of in a bind because of the union contract wording. It was difficult to remember for us just to pay an uplift or to have KBA cover that uplift. So the question arises, what do we want to cover as community, quote-unquote, events? And what would we want to ask others to cover by paying the detailed event for our officers, detail rate of pay?
So Memorial Day is non-for-profit, right? Because is that the veterans? So that's.
It's Legion, that's Legion.
Right, so that's a
yeah.
non-for-profit.
Yeah.
July 4th, we share with Kennebunk.
Yes.
Yeah,
So July 4th is a town-sponsored event.
Right, what Kennebunk?
the fireworks.
The fireworks.
Yep,
GBA, the Goose Rock, is that?
that's a nonprofit.
Okay, so we're all good with those.
Well,
Well, we're good in terms of the rates.
are we? That's kind of a question that I've got on that. That's, they are the nonprofit. But let's go ahead. I'm
Okay,
sorry, I didn't mean to
and
interrupt.
then
Go ahead.
the school is the Circus Smirkus, is that?
It's
non-
PTA, it's sort
Which
of
is
a,
kind of a nonprofit.
kind of a
sort of.
nonprofit.
But I'm just going for the rate thing that you talked about.
Well,
Trying-
everything here has been at,
Everything has been covered by the town's police department,
Exactly.
within the town's police department
For-
budget.
20s of thousands, I mean, for a lot of money.
So we're
And
paying
the-
our officers either their regular hourly rate or overtime if they're on overtime, but we are paying them what is in the contract. We are not paying them a detailed rate.
But the problem, the one that we get caught up in is the prelude. Out of all of these, it's the prelude.
Well,
Because
the-
we have that discrepancy that I thought you just stated that things that were not non-for-profit, you know, there's a difference in terms of the contracts of how it's read versus if it's supporting a non-for-profit versus if it's not supporting. I don't think Prelude's not a non-for-profit, right?
Prelude is kind of run by a
Depends on-
nonprofit.
KBA, I believe, is a
nonprofit. You're a
Okay,
nonprofit.
okay, so we're all, okay.
So I think the issue there is, the problem is the size of Prelude, not that July 4th is not a big crowd, but the size of Prelude requires us to bring in officers from other communities, and we are charged then of having to pay those officers or those police departments at their detail rate, basically what they charge the town to lend their officers to us, which is very different than what our officers are making. That's
Well,
one
now,
of the
we also
issues.
have discrepancies because in the way Prelude is right now, right, we have firefighters, we have our volunteer firemen that have to be there, plus we have public
Public
works,
Works, yes.
right, and so there's
And we have two
discrepancies in
towns.
that.
And we have two towns
Right,
paying different rates to their,
so do we know,
Works.
so we're going into budget season, what is the Prelude? What are we supporting right now? Do we know that?
This past year, for just the Prelude events, our overtime costs were around $23,000.
So that's overtime, or is that total cost?
That's just overtime costs. Overtime with the associated benefits, FICA and retirement.
For Prelude?
Yep.
And then, do we have a total bucket of what our town paid for Prelude?
I would say support costs prior, or in planning for Prelude, you know, with, staff both in Public Works and Police and EMA, exceeds $10,000, I'd say.
So about 33 to 35,000.
Yeah, but that, again, that was just, if you take the full, in terms of what we have to pay for the policemen, it's their pay plus the overtime, right? That was just the overtime, was the 23, right?
23 is just the overtime. So if we weren't doing the regular hour support, the 10 grand, let's say, then that would just be work we'd still pay. It's just they'd be doing different work.
They'd be doing other things around
Yes,
town,
yes,
which are
yes.
very needed. I mean, the point is, we're doing almost more like $33,000 is what we are paying our officers to be present for.
It's not just
well, it's just, it would be the
officers.
Public
Sorry.
Works.
Fire,
Public Works
Public
and
Works
fire
as well.
and the police.
And
Yeah.
also, like Lori said, it's the town staff too, for all the planning.
Oh, well, that's just, that's eating up in there.
So
Can I just ask one, since Chief Simone's here, how many of our police officers work Prelude? Is it the entire force?
Yeah, so our entire police department works.
Of how many?
It's a total of 15 at this
15.
point, yep.
Okay, so 15 police officers are working Prelude, and they're also working the entire rest of the week, 24 hours a day.
That's correct. So they're
Okay.
working their regular 40-hour schedule. It could be more than 40 hours if somebody happens to be out on vacation, somebody's at training, so. you know,
Sick.
they're- Or sick, yeah,
Okay.
And right now, Prelude's 2 weekends.
that's correct.
And then do we have to do anything different when we do the road closures? Is that like another level for Prelude?
So, you know, obviously a lot of planning goes into the event. Certainly last year, when we really, you know, increased our efforts for the security, there's a lot more time and planning involved. There's a lot more coordination with outside agencies, you know, not just Kennebunk, but we brought officers in from Wells. So obviously, you know, we have meetings ahead of time to make sure that everybody's kind of on the same page that we are. We're obviously putting emergency actions plans into place. We're also talking about what are the resources we need to get there. So there's more hours just into it than just, what you see in overtime.
And then, I know when we were looking down some costs before on different things, I don't know what budget, season it was, but the main Marine Patrol comes in, is that just for the fireworks in the harbor, or are they here during all of Prelude?
No, they're here for the big events. So, the 2 tree lightings that we have, they're here for that. We need to have somebody in the river that's available with a boat. As you saw this year, we did have a fire after the fireworks. So, it pays to have somebody in the river, so they're required to be there as well, so.
And that's in our 33, or is main?
No.
Marine Patrol so far has not charged us for that.
Okay.
It doesn't mean it's a considerable amount.
And
And
I'm
just to be clear, Emergency Management Agency has not charged us either.
That's York
so-
counties.
Yes.
But they kind of give it to us. But, Chief, given what goes on in the world today, and given the size of this event, and security procedures that probably we didn't even do 5 years ago, things on Bourbon Street, other Christmas fairs where people are mowing down people in streets, we have to up our security procedures. We have command posts that I don't think a lot of people also realize are going on. I'm just
That's correct.
saying that there's a lot of things that probably we didn't, unfortunately, we now have to undertake that we didn't have to do 5 years ago, that are costs borne by the town or staff time that people aren't aware of, and I just wanted that to be out there too.
Yes.
Does this also put, because there's 2 ways to look at overtime, tax-free overtime, either it's like, yay, I got some tax-free overtime, or, wow, I don't really want to work overtime because I'm working 7 days a week. What do you think does this impact the sort of resiliency and morale of the police and the fire department and the road crew that have to work overtime, plus do their regular duties, plus it's the holidays, plus you might have bad weather? It seems like could be stretching the resources pretty thin with these extra duties.
It does. So, as you're aware, we're facing the same staffing issues that everybody else is facing. So, because of those staffing issues, there tends to be more overtime because we're just trying to fill the road shifts that we have available. So if you couple that now with coming into the holidays where, employees do want to spend time with their families, that kind of adds to the strain. We are a small town. It's not just the personnel that are resources, but also there's a lot of equipment, too, that are resources. One example that comes to mind would be the fire trucks, the public works trucks. This year, certainly we saw that, we've been spoiled with weather now for years. We haven't had snow that early on. This year, we happen to have snow. Didn't happen to be on any of the big event days, but, had Public Works needed to be out plowing, I would not have those resources to use, so I'd have to be looking to something else. And certainly we wouldn't like to tie up fire department resources because they need to be available to respond as well. And obviously, we can't have fire trucks with water in them sitting outside in extremely cold weather. So there's a lot of aspects, that we've got to consider with this. So.
There are 2 pieces that I see this. When I look at the Prelude, the other 4, I can argue that those are things that the town would want to support. And not that we don't want to support Prelude, but I see Prelude as 2 issues. One is the intensity of work, the amount of work on our public staff, particularly during the holidays. And the other is the cost, significant cost. It would make sense to me because I see that as mainly benefiting our commercial business, and that's, I think no one would really argue with that. So in my mind, I would like to see us lessen the call on our staff, and by that I would mean move 2 of these 4 events. There's 2 tree lightings, there's a hat parade, there's a pooch parade. Move 2 of those, have Kennebunk share that with us. move those to Kennebunk. And then on the dollars and cents side, I would like to see, because this is one thing, Chief, it was discrepancy in pay that really bothered me, that we, at one point, were not able to provide our staff with the same dollars per hour that were netted by Kennebunk staff. And we've moved to try to correct that, but I don't want to see that happen again. And I would hope that the Prelude folks, KBA, would be willing to pick up the detail pay for those hours that they do charge or burden our staff with. So I'd like to see to reduce the number of hours that our staff are called upon and have those paid by the businesses that benefit from the Prelude activity.
Are you talking about both tree lightings?
Well, no, this is a question on where you would do it. My opinion, I think the tree lightings, I'd love to see one tree lighting. I have a little hard time seeing how that would work, given the amount of people that come to that first tree lighting, but maybe the two hat parade, maybe the parades go to Kennebunk. We can use Route 1 and we keep the two tree, or something. It's something to discuss. But that's something I'd like us to think about as we move into the next meeting, is what might we do to ensure that our staff are paid the detailed rate, are paid equally to their peers, and then see if we can offload some of the intensity in Dock Square for Prelude.
Yeah, I think,
Go ahead.
sorry, Dave. So I think, this is sort of like, I guess this is our pre-discussion before we go into the budget in March. So this is a good discussion. So I think I resonate with what you said. I think the first point is we need to, this has gotten too big for the resources within our town. So to your point, John, I believe I'm in the boat with you that we need to limit the pressure on our very small workforce. So that to me means dialing it back. And then by default, not as funding as much. I would prefer to see, one tree lighting, because I'm thinking about the things that cost the resource drain on our small, limited resources is, having two tree lightings that blocks off, 2 Fridays. I think we closed the street because of COVID. I don't think we need to close streets anymore. I think closing streets is the wrong thing because it also, blocking off the street, I think it puts more burdens on our town support people again. And then you have to have those emergency plans, right, because you're blocking off streets. So I'm there, and I think I'd leave it up to KBA to see how they wanted to split or what they have the capability to do with Kennebunk. I think that's their decision. But I think our decision is we need to dial this back. I go back to the genesis of Prelude. I don't think we can put the genie back in the bottle. But Prelude, I remember the first time I came up because we had worked with a local artist here, and we were at his shop, and he's like, oh, man, you got to come back from Prelude. We open up our gallery. There's wine and cheese. You'll see your neighbors, and all that was true. And the very last tree lighting I went to in town, which I haven't been to in a few years now, I was surrounded by no one I knew. Unfortunately, they were heavily intoxicated, and it was not a community thing. So should our town have a tree lighting? Yes, but I really would like it to be community-centric for the residents to enjoy, but I sort of think that ship has sailed, and we're not going to get that one back. Unfortunately, very unfortunately. And the premise of Prelude in the beginning was for the businesses, as I was told, to give back to the residents. And I think we're not in that zone anymore. So now if we understand, as we go into the budget season, we're looking at 30-something thousand that our taxpayer dollars are being used to support this event, which I don't think a lot of our residents are going to anymore. So I think I'm in the view that I want to dial this back, I think by funding, and then we can talk with KBA on where they want to make choices of where to put stuff.
So, hey, Lori, does the second tree lighting cost the same as the first tree lighting? or is it less?
The second costs a little more because it's longer with the fireworks and the street closure.
I do want to say that I fully understand the business perspective here. I fully believe that Prelude is a wonderful opportunity for the businesses in town. And I would think we need to be very sensitive to that. It is for them just knowing it myself, that some of these businesses, it is probably their largest 2 weekends of the year. And I think that can easily be demonstrated. I think that there are aspects of it that are still community orientated. I actually enjoy going, whether it's little craft fairs or whatever. So I am not an anti-Prelude person, and I just want that to be known. And I know it is extremely important to the businesses. So I will come at it from that standpoint. I do think there are conversations that could be had in terms of some of the growth of it. There may be things that could be dialed back or moved out of Dock Square. The people do need to be sensitive to the fact that the town of Kennebunkport, the taxpayers and the residents of Kennebunkport do pay for some of this. And the question is, are they able to fully enjoy it? I think I do agree. I think if you talk to a lot of people, most people do not understand. I think there are things that could come back. I don't know. Have we always had 2 tree lightings? I don't know. We have not. So I don't know any other community. I don't think Rockefeller Center has 2 tree lightings. I know that no other cities do not have 2 tree lightings. I understand why people want to have 2 tree lightings, but there are ways of dialing this back, getting back to the roots a little bit, and still have as good an experience and save the town some money, with the understanding that we are trying to make sure the businesses are making as much money as they can. I would just want to have that. To me, I want to have that. I just want to make that I understand. So I am a little cautious about making quick decisions right away.
You have to understand one thing about Kennebunkport.
Yes.
And the
Mike,
business-
Mike.
And the business community makes their money about 6 or 7 months out of the year, and they have to pay bills
Yep.
for 12 months, and they have to be able to make money. If they don't make money, they're not gonna be in business. It's as simple as that.
No, and I would.
mean, I'm not saying that we could save some money. I'm all about saving money and everything else, but you also have to realize that the business community supports the town of Kennebunkport.
Yep.
And we support it, and I don't want them to think that we're not gonna support them.
No, and I want that, I want that to be, I know for a fact that a lot of these businesses, those are your 2 biggest weekends. I would just ask that there be some understanding that from the town's perspective, the town is also, if we were running as a business, are having to put out money that we're not being able to sell products for, that we can't, so.
But I think that I like, you get the flyer and you look at what, I think my point is I'm not anti-Prelude, I'm definitely not anti-business, but I'm anti-taxpayer dollars, where I'm not seeing the benefit anymore for the taxpayers. That, to me, I can't equate that, I can't cross that bridge. But, we're caught here, so what do we do? For me, nothing stops the business from having things within their business. It's the mass gatherings, it's the stuff that require our workers. That's the stuff that I want to start walking back, because that's the stuff that costs the residents money. It doesn't stop a business from, the known anthem could unplug their trees inside and plug them in and have a tree lighting. It doesn't stop any business from doing anything and taking advantage of this time of Prelude in town. I just want to dial back the mass gatherings, the stuff that costs taxpayer dollars, and then the townspeople can enjoy, like you do, the craft fairs and stuff. But, I think that's my point I was trying to make.
Joe, any thoughts?
I love Christmas, everything Christmassy. I think the town is a tourist town. It's got a tradition of being hospitable to tourists. I think the balance that I'm trying to strike in my mind is how do you support the businesses and the business community without subsidizing the business and the business community? So, we want to be supportive and we want to provide a safe environment for visitors to our town and for the businesses to thrive. But I don't know to what extent the town taxpayers should be underwriting the business or the Prelude or any event. It's one thing, the PTA and these 501 type of events that are town events, but a pure, sort of, I look at the Prelude as a pure money-making, it's a business endeavor. It's a nice business endeavor and it's a pleasant business endeavor, but I think nonetheless, all the arguments from the businesses are, and as Alan eloquently stated, if you don't support us with Prelude, we're going to lose business. So I think where I'm looking for the balance is how do we strike a fair allocation of support that needs to be provided by the town, but we're not putting a burden on our town employees, residents, or the taxpayers by excessive cost,
Well said, thanks.
I
And
think
the
that's
discussions
well
will continue, and we're looking forward to working with KBA.
But I definitely like Christmas.
On ideas,
I
yeah.
wanna go for the record.
I think we're all Christmas fans.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
Been called screwed many times.
Did you want,
Did you want?
do you want anyone to?
John?
Yes, go ahead, certainly. You may. And Tina from the Nonantum, tell us who you are.
Yes, of course.
Well, she's Tina
No,
from
I'm with
Kennebunkport.
Kennebunkport.
Oh,
Right.
Kennebunkport,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
no, no.
Good evening. My name is Tina Hewitt-Gordon. I'm the general manager at the Nonantum. I'm also the president of the Kennebunkport Business Association. So thank you very much for all of your time, your comments, and all the information that we've heard here this evening. I want to thank the town for the past 44 years and all the support that that the Prelude has received through the partnership with the Business Association to make this event sort of has become part of the fabric of our community. And it is, as you have noted, a very large economic engine. But this is not just a for-profit for the business community here. This event represents so much more to this community that, through our discussions that will be coming down the pike, I hope that we're able to use this as an educational opportunity for really what type of an impact Prelude makes on this community. It's not just the businesses. Yes, it's a huge amount of the resources are our source of business and income, for sure. However, it also represents a time in our community where we show our best to so many people, not just the residents, the businesses, and our visitors, but to all of our nonprofits. We did a little bit of a survey, and there's over 30 nonprofits that we've identified. Of the 30, we've only gotten responses back from 13. We're still working on them. But Prelude, they directly have received $85,000 just last year. So there's so many other components. But my point, though, is it's not just a money-making endeavor for businesses. It's workforce development. It keeps people employed a whole lot longer. And as far as the cost to the taxpayers, we've been very grateful that the town has been able to be as supportive as they have for all these years. We realize that as this event has grown in popularity, and as you said, Mary Beth, we can't put the genie back in the bottle, but the business community supported and paid for the additional resources last year that was over $17,000. Is that right, Jess? Yeah. It was about $17,000 that we paid. We fully support the fact that our officers should be making more money. I think that maybe is where part of this discussion all began. And if the business community is asked to pay for that, that is something that we will fully support, and we will certainly look into doing if it's a part of a revenue share, however it looks. But we fully support the fact that the officers, the public works, and the fire department should be making the same thing as the officers that we're paying from, and it shouldn't be a burden to the taxpayers of this community. I would hope that they would be as supportive of this event. We don't want to tax the resources. If there's areas that we can put into, curtailing the events a little bit, looking at some other options of expanding our business base, which currently is Dock Square, Ocean Avenue, and Lower Village, expanding some of that to allowing some Kennebunk businesses to come in, looking down the road to perhaps moving an event or creating an event over in Kennebunk. These are all things that I think are on the table for us to discuss. I just hope that we're able to be a part of the discussion so that we can make these decisions together, because it is the ripple effect of a decision made in haste will really affect more areas than I think people actually understand. So.
So Tina, to that point, I'm sorry, to that point though, because we're entering our budget season, and I think you sort of heard some of the initial thoughts of the board of where we might start looking within the next month in our budget review process. So I know Kennebunk does a tree lighting. So why would, am I understanding that couldn't be the second tree lighting, or that couldn't be one of the prelude tree lightings?
Well,
I mean, they do an advertised tree lighting.
Well, I think that discussion's a little bit premature, and I certainly don't, we haven't had any formal discussions with Kennebunk. My point is saying that I think that there's room for discussion to be able to, because of the congestion that we have in town, is to take and spread some of the events out so that we can disperse some people to alleviate some of the congestion that we see. And I know we're going into budgeting season, but I mean, there's also areas of revenue. You say, what do the businesses do for the community? They're all making the money. A lot of people, Kennebunkport is a tourist destination, and that's part of our identity, and we shouldn't be ashamed of that. We should be really proud of that.
Yeah, I gotta just jump in here just for 1 minute, because you have to understand and I apologize for jumping in, I truly do, but I think it's because I'm jumping in because I know I'm gonna have residents calling me if I don't jump in right now. I think part of the issue that we've gotten into is what we talked about in the genie in the bottle. The residents that speak to us loudly, and rightfully so, because we're their select board members, they deal with the summer, the expanding into the fall, and that's a given, and they understand they're a tourist town. But it's sort of like Prelude was given to the residents. So if you can put yourself in the residents' frame of mind, Prelude was given to the residents as a thank you for putting up with everything during the course of the summer, and welcome to the community. And it was a community event. So part of the residents come to me and say, why do I live here anymore? We used to have some kind of community, and now that even the Christmas time has been taken away from us. And I don't have a response for that. So I think I'm just trying to relate to you the conversations that we are hearing, from the residents. And, it doesn't mean that these residents want the businesses to fail. There's no mention of that at all. It's just that it's gotten too much, and they can't even enjoy, they no longer can go down for dinners in the port during the Christmas time. And, so it's just became, so how do we, so I think when you say, let's work together, I think that's what I'm trying to find is, or I hope the board is trying to find, is for the residents and for the businesses, how do we strike some kind of balance again? And if we can expand to Kennebunk, and if we can have those conversations, or if there's some big, I don't know if there's some big hurdle that you guys got to achieve, but if we could get there for this Christmas season coming up, start that direction, I think that would be great.
Well, thank you, Mary Beth, but I think to your point, the residents certainly have the right, and we want they to help decide how we shape our community and to retain the quintessential aesthetics of this town. But the business community is also a part of Kennebunkport's aesthetics, and that can't be overlooked. I understand that you're talking to some residents, and I'm not discounting any one person or any group of people or anything, but there's 3,400 3,418 voters in Kennebunkport. And I don't know that that sentiment resonates with the entire town. So I feel that as we move into discussions about, what kind of guardrails can we put in place? KBA already has started. We recognize that the events have gotten very large. We've put signups in place for the Hat Parade, signups for the Pooch Parade. We've put in, even a few years ago, right after COVID, I was talking with the chief of police, and they said, we just can't have, Santa used to arrive on the lobster boat in town. They said, we just can't do it. It's a strain on our resources. So we said, okay, what can we do? We moved that. It's now at the Nonantum because we have a dock. It's not personally serving, but it's at the dock. So my point, though, is there's conversations that have happened, and there's guardrails that have been put in place to take and try to minimize the exposure, I guess, to the residents and to the disruption that they may feel for those 11 days out of the year that is taxing here. So as we progress through this, I think the conversations just have to be where are our pain points and what can we do as a business community. How can we make sure that the residents are being a part of this? This is still a community event. I know you say that you don't think that it is, but it is. It's put on by a group of people that are all volunteers. We get not just the business owners, but we have several community members that come and they help with the decorations. They help take things down. I mean, you see them on the side of the roads helping the nonprofits. It is a community event. It's just evolved through the years to be a lot larger than obviously where it began or where it was even 5 years ago.
Thank you.
Yes.
No, I would just think that one thing you got, we're in February, as this evolves over the course of the year, my concern again is just think of the town staff.
Yes,
I'm
no.
looking out for the towns.
Yep.
We have 15 police officers, we have a limited number of public works, and they are being called on, not only to do their job outside, but you need to be sensitive to that. That's where I'm coming from.
They're 1,000%, David, and I don't want it to ever seem like we're not.
And I think what happened was that, I don't want to say it just came up later in the planning last year of what the issue was. We have many months to deal with it, so I'm going to put it back on the KBA to be in conversations about where I'm coming from in terms of the town staff and what we need there.
100%. We've always looked at this as a partnership, and it's something that we will continue, how we would look at it as well.
And I when we go into the budget discussions and stuff, I definitely, I heard everything you said, and I do, it is a community event in terms of, I think on the aspect of the organization and the not-for-profits, I would just like, hopefully more residents would be able to enjoy at some point. But to the other point, I'm at the point where when we get into the budget season, I'm going to be the one on the board to start pushing for some change because this is what's going through my mind. To David's point, if we dial it back a couple years, we had Prelude. We take our small force. They're doing 2 tree lightings. They're doing a close the street event. They're handling the disruptions that happened a couple years ago within Prelude. They're working their day jobs. They're working overtime. Then we get hit with the Grinch storm on Christmas Eve. Same people that were doing Prelude that weren't enjoying any pre-holiday time with their family are now dead straight out, trying to keep the lights on, trying to keep people safe. It's our firemen, it's our public works, it's our police force. And then you just go a couple weeks later into January 13th, and we have the superstorm that hits our coast. And so that's why, you hear us saying, that we're going from a very heavy summer season within our town for public works and fire and police. Then we go into Prelude season, which is a 10-day thing, which I need to dial. I think what you're hearing is some of us want to dial back that stress on our workforce because we don't know. We don't know what, the winter's gonna bring us, you know, and we have no backup. You know, we can't go out and hire a whole new crew of people. And so it's more of a, and I think that's something that we really need the KBA to think about. And I'm sort of flabbergasted why Kennebunk hasn't grabbed on to Prelude and made more, and pulled you guys in, you know, for their
It's due to our
businesses.
bylaw, it's due to our bylaws. It's precluded, as I said, KBA and Prelude, our geographic area has been contained to Dock Square, Ocean Avenue, and Lower Village. Our board back in January had the discussion, and we voted to explore moving to allowing some businesses in Kennebunk to be able to become KBA members. So again, in the same vein of we need to spread some people out.
Yeah.
And I'm incredibly sensitive, and as is the whole KBA membership, as well as our board, as to how taxing it can be on our resources. And so we are very sensitive to those needs. And I think that's also one of the reasons why we want them to be paid appropriately. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Jim, we will.
Thank you.
Quickly,
We have a hand raised on Zoom as well for a while.
Robin Phillips, Kennebunkport. What I'm not hearing from anyone, except Mary Beth, is the quality of life that has decreased during Prelude. Like, I can't get to the post office. I have a P.O. box. That's a pain. People are afraid of the business community. They're intimidating a little bit, and I just think someone has to say our quality of life is important. We live here. We do summer. I remember the first Prelude. I walked down here at 15. It was wonderful. It was lit and classy, and you got a snack, and, you know, it was very nice. And I know the genie is way out of the bottle, but what I'm not hearing from too many people is, oh, I didn't realize that this was so disruptive to the residents' life, because a lot of people are afraid to speak out, but it's true. I hear it, oh, it's Prelude, can't go down there, going to somewhere else, you know. So that's kind of sad, because it really shouldn't be that way. We are residents. We do appreciate the port. We support the port. We come down here. It's harder and harder all the time, but in the winter, you want to enjoy Christmas, and you can't. So by the time it's over, it's like 5 days, you know what I mean? 11 days. It's a little longer than that, I would say. Maybe not proper, but it is. And I'm speaking for many people who are a little afraid to say this, because the business community has been quite vocal through the media about people ruining their business. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think there's still plenty of room. I just think it goes on for too long. Like when they added the second tree lighting, you know, just don't get your mail for 2 weeks if I get it, because it's just impossible. And the post office, all the tow-away zones are filled with out-of-state cars not being enforced. I mean, you should be able to get your mail. That's all. Thank you.
appreciate it. And we have, yes.
Kate Bauer-Burke. I live over at Goose Rocks Beach, full-time, year-round. And I'm sorry I had to step out for a bit, but we had our first grandchild today.
Oh,
Thank you.
congratulations.
I was going to ask you that. I was going to ask.
Mother. Any event. You know, we've been here, coming here 40 years, owning property here 30 years, living here full-time 12 years. I love the business community. I mean, well, many of the businesses that are represented here tonight and that have spoken have been here throughout all that time, long before we've seen this enormous burgeoning tourist population. And I have to say, I see an appreciable difference between tourists versus visitors. We have always been, probably since the late 19th or 20th, early 20th century, a seasonal town. A smaller population that burgeons up to double, triple, quadruple times. But these, I call those people the visitors. The people that come here repeatedly, whether they're renting or owning, they become truly part of the community. And that's what I saw happening living here for most of the time I've lived here. The tourist, to me, is the person that comes in on a tour bus or just comes for an overnight or something like that because it's check it off the bucket list. I'll go see the Bush Estate and I'll have a lobster roll. Great, and many of those might come back again and again and again and become the visitors. But there is an appreciable increase in my mind and in my view of living here in that type of genre. And I'm afraid that now what I'm seeing is that that becomes more the focus of the businesses. We who have lived here, and we love to go out and go to restaurants here. We used to have a group called the Gatherings at the beach where we went out twice a month at least to restaurants, and I worked with the restaurants to, you know, have arranged for these groups. There was another group at Cape Porpoise that did a similar thing. We really can't do that anymore. I think because there's more focus on the tourists. We'd love you to work with you on that. We'd love to be there using your businesses more and more, but we can't get there for large part. For almost 6 months of the year now, between May 31st, Memorial Day roughly, through Labor Day, then we have the leaf peepers, et cetera, the tour buses. We have maybe November, and then we have a good part of December gone. Now, the other events that are being subsidized is in fact by the town. And I do want to ask a question. Other than the subsidies in services, does the town actually pay out any funds? No.
No.
Thank you. Okay. That takes away a good part of the town that we can participate in as community members, as voters, as taxpayers. Right now, where do we go when we want to go out to dinner? I hate to tell you. We found Saco, Biddeford, Wells, even Kennebunk, certainly some of the inland towns. That's where we go. These are people who could be in your businesses much more frequently, and we'd like to be, but we can't. So please, please, and as a taxpayer, I have a problem, not so much with the Memorial Day, with the GRB road race, with, what was the other?
4th of July.
4th of July.
Yeah.
Those are, first of all, very short-term things, and they are primarily populated by residents and/or visitors, and I use that in the terms of the people who are much less than tourists. If I want to go to any part of Prelude now, the only thing really I go to is Cape Porpoise, the tree lighting there. Now that is still community to me. Mary Beth has described well, I think, what it's like to be downtown at the tree lighting. It's primarily geared to tourists. Please, pay attention to the residents. We would love to be part of, interact with the business community. I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying the business community should go away or should be, put into bankruptcy by any means. But I think there's a way we can work this out. Thank you.
Kate. No.
I'm Susan Graham, and this is going to surprise a lot of people. I think Tina deserves a tremendous amount of credit for what she's done with training. And I personally think the Nonantum is a treasure in the community. I go down there in the summer at 8 o'clock to do yoga with Median views, and it's incredible. Families walking around on the river. So I just felt, even though I don't really know you, I felt compelled to come up here and try to support what she's done. Years ago, people begged the Business Association to spread out the events. Maybe you remember this. They were asked to not cram everything into that one first weekend. So let's give them credit for doing that instead of criticizing them for trying to spread it out. I live in the village. I really don't participate in Prelude, except that I always walk to the Baptist church to buy Nancy Wiles's soup. So that's my Prelude activity. But I do understand the the stress and the tension that it may create because of the number of people. I just want us to be fair in our criticism, and I think Joe has the right idea. It's not about whether you like or don't like Prelude. It's about what's fair, and I think you hit the nail on the head. So that's...
Thank you, Susan. Go ahead.
Hi, Rob Wengel, Kings Highway, Goose Rocks Beach. I'm really shocked. My wife is sitting here with me. She's shocked. I'd love to see the data and the facts that indicate that this is no longer a community event and that the residents of this town don't appreciate it. Anecdotal, so I'd love to see how many complaints we've gotten and whether or not we've done focus groups, surveys, and talked to both year-round residents and taxpayers who own homes. One of the things that we experience here in Goose Rocks is a lot of people who primarily come up in the summer or on weekends actually return to our community. It's an opportunity for us to see friends all over, neighbors who live here on occasion, who pay full taxes, who have an opportunity to come back and participate in a community event in those 2 weeks. So I think I'm sure there are residents who don't like the change. I'm sure there are residents who are complaining. I know that we as a family, we've lived here full-time 4 years, have never had a problem finding parking, have never had a problem finding our way into town. Yes, it gets a little bit more difficult. We're talking about 2 weekends, because during the week, even though there are activities for Prelude, it's not that difficult to get around during the week. So the premise that this is a 2-week event, the crowds you're talking about are really over 2 weekends, so about 4 days, not during the week. So I think before we make a major change to something that's popular, there's a reason it's popular. It's appealing. It's appealing to residents. It's appealing to visitors. It's appealing to taxpayers who come back here with their families and their friends for this event. So let's not assume that this is just occasional tourists. And so I think there's some premise and facts we need to gather before we use anecdotes and a handful of complaints to say this is no longer a community event. I would argue that every single person I know in this community has a Prelude story. They enjoy Prelude in their own individual ways. Some enjoy the tree lighting, some enjoy the pooch parade, some enjoy the hat parade and dressing up and do it with their friends and their families. Some enjoy going to every crafts fair. I would bet if you surveyed people, almost everyone in this town takes advantage of some component of Prelude. So I'm curious about, I think the problem we're solving, or at least it's been presented as the problem is we're stressing our employees, which I would love to understand, or we're not paying them enough. Then let's solve that problem. Is there temporary workers? Are there some other way to solve that problem and not take away one of the most popular events in this community that does bring friends and family who live here either part-time or full-time together? Regarding the businesses, this community by itself cannot fully support these businesses. They wouldn't be open for business. They wouldn't be open in much of the year if it weren't for tourism and if it weren't for events like this. So I don't know all the financials of the businesses. The majority of businesses in Dock Square and in town are locally owned. I think whoever owns Allison's wrote a beautiful explanation of the multiplier effect it has for employees, it has for local suppliers, as well as supporting the community. So yes, it's good for business. And by the way, we should be thankful that it's good for business, but it is also really great for this community. And I think for 2 weekends that are actually well-planned, well in advance of the actual holidays, if you want to go celebrate Christmas when it's less crowded, there are 2 full weeks after Prelude where people can do it if you don't like the crowds. So the fact that it's early in December and not butting up against Christmas is actually really thoughtful for locals who are uncomfortable with the crowds that are in town. So it's popular for a reason. So to turn away from something that's popular sounds like it's a conflict. Popular means something. It's appealing. And it's not just appealing to outsiders. it's appealing to our community. And I think we should gather a lot more facts, survey all taxpayers, and get their opinion before we make a drastic change, like cutting back something that is so popular. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I do want to say that I don't think anyone is talking about turning their back on Prelude, but your points are heard. Thank you so much. Anyone else?
That's it.
Okey-doke. So I would like to move along, and in consideration of folks that are here, we're going to move the agenda. We're going to move on. I've got a feeling that folks are here to talk more about busing than talking about the audiovisual. So I'm gonna switch.
No.
I'm gonna.
I think they're all
know it,
here for
I know it. You're gonna
audiovisual.
have to wait for the audiovisual. So we'll move over to item 13.
Can we take a 2-minute break?
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
We've been asked for a
3 minutes, how's that?
for a 5-minute bio break.
I didn't ask for a bio break.
So
I
we
just
will,
asked for-
TMI, we will meet again in 5 minutes.
Okay.
This is the one right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd
All
like to
right.
call us back to order, please.
Folks, the
So,
AV
we are-
presentation is now coming on.
We are moving on to talk about the consideration of the motor coach bus reservation system and also the proposed ordinance language.
Are we talking?
So, yeah, you've heard about the reservation system. We'll answer any questions on that if some new ones come up. But we have some new proposed wording for the ordinance, and Dave, would you like to?
Sure. So, as you all know, on February 11th, we had the community forum. We heard lots of comments. It was a very well-attended and I think well-received meeting by most of the attendees and people who watched it. We were focusing more on the ordinance, the current town ordinance, and changes that we can make to that ordinance for this year. We're going to talk about that as a board, about some of the proposed changes that we're going to recommend. We're not voting on them tonight, so this is a chance for you to hear what we're going to talk about. And then there'll obviously be periods for you to sort of comment on them later today or before we actually even adopt these. But one of the things that I think we heard very well from residents and even from some of the businesses is that what to do about the number of buses on Cross Street. And the proposal that was originally made, right now the current ordinance says 4 buses, 10 minutes. I think everyone, let me put it this way, I don't think anyone mentioned that they wanted to increase that number and reduce the time. At one point we were down to 3. I think we heard for the most people that the number was 2 and that we even heard that from the bus operators. And that the time that was needed to load and unload the buses was longer than 10 minutes. So there was a proposal to add, the number would be 2 buses at the most on Cross Street, and that we would increase the time to 20 minutes. That would basically, if I do the math right, 6 buses an hour versus the 10 buses that are there now. That is the proposal. As again, we heard that from many residents. They felt that that was a comfortable number, as we did from the bus operators. I don't know if anyone else wants to comment on that. One of the other things we are talking about is a proposed change to the, and just so everyone knows, a bus would be 15 people or more. A tour bus would be 15 people or more. So some of the shuttle buses wouldn't be considered tour buses. One of the other things that we are considering is, right now the current ordinances says Cross Street. We are considering adopting a town bus site. So we would remove the word Cross Street and we would call it a town bus site that the town would then designate by figuring out where these buses they could still be Cross Street for this year, but are there other sites in town, in the commercial district, that may be able to handle these buses? That would be it. We would add that. So again, it doesn't hold us necessarily. If we could find better places in town, that we would be able to move them to those spots that they could hold the bus. So we would remove Cross Street. It doesn't mean that Cross Street is off the map. It just means that we will not say that Cross Street is the only place. The other option here is that we would extend the notification period from May 1st, which is currently in the ordinance, and we would extend it to November 15th, which basically, for the most part, deals with the entire tour bus operating season. It actually extends it a little bit beyond it. The cruise buses the cruise ships kind of stop the first week in November. This gives them a little bit more in case for leaf peepers. That would be for the reservation system. We've also talked about, and Chief Simone's here, but we also talked about the enforcement issue, and that we would actually put some fees in there that would be against fines that would be imposed on non-compliant bus operators. The proposal right now is for $200 for the first offense, and that would go up to $400 for a second offense. There has been some discussion, I'll let you know, between the board. We just want to make sure that those fines that they are commiserate with what the offense would be. So I don't necessarily want someone having to pay more for being in front of a fire hydrant than dropping 50 people off in the wrong place. So we've got to make sure those numbers work. I will have, do you mind speaking? There is a thing about enforcement that has come up. I think Chief Simone can give a little bit more insight on that, just so people understand enforcement isn't necessarily, or finding isn't necessarily like putting a ticket on someone who's blocking a fire hydrant. There is more to it than that. So I think there might be a little confusion, so you can clear that up. That would be.
Sure. So a violation of this ordinance would be a civil violation. So this would be addressed with what we call a uniform summons and complaint. So this isn't like a parking ticket that we would just place on a vehicle. This is a violation that the individual bus operator, or at least a representative from the bus company, would be summoned to court, and they would have to appear to answer to the charge.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, because we had removed a little bit about the court, in the current ordinance says something about having to go to municipal court. We had tentatively removed some of that. I think we're going to need to put some of that in because of what Chief Simone has kind of said, but we will work that out, so stay tuned to that. The only other thing I would add that we have put in here is, the current ordinance is 9 to 7. There is a proposal to move it 9 to 6, and there is a reason why that would be, and that has to actually do with staffing. Well, it has to do with a couple things. Number one, a lot of the buses, the cruise ship is left Portland, so the bus isn't going to be here anyways. The other part is, if you actually look at the calendar, the sun starts to set, in some cases before 6 o'clock, before this whole thing ends. I don't know many people who are being dropped off in Dock Square in the dark. The other aspect of it is a staffing issue, and we're still working that out, but there's a staffing issue where if you had someone working an 8-hour shift, which would be 9 to, I can't do the math, 9 to 5 or 9 to 6, we're starting to go over an 8-hour shift. And how are we going to actually work that with an employee? Are we paying overtime? Are we having to get 2 shifts in? So we're working on that, but it probably will stay at 9 o'clock, and it will end potentially an hour earlier.
Or it might, well, I think it would have to actually be 10. What's an 8-hour shift?
Well, the problem,
It'd be
right.
10 to 6, right?
10 to 6.
So 9 to 5, 10
Or
to
10 to
6.
6.
Yeah, the problem is that the buses, some of the earlier buses do arrive before 10.
Today.
Yeah, the way the schedule works, they would arrive before 10, so you might want, there aren't many coming in after 5, after 6, so we could maybe lose it on the back end.
Okay, so do 9 to 5.
9 to 5, maybe. I mean, that I think we can work out with the,
But people should know that that's a consideration.
it's a consideration that we would
They need to
reduce it.
respond if they've got concerns, yep.
But I do want to also stress, once again, that we are going to be looking, I will let people, like I say, I'll let people know, we are going to be looking at, we have actually started to look at other spots, I'm not going to name them, in Dock Square, in the commercial district, that might be able to take some of the buses. We have talked to the tour bus companies. They are going to have volunteered to bring 2 buses down that we will be testing out in different locations. I am happy to meet with any group who wants to maybe go, residents or businesses, and go and see if you can find spots that you think might be more appropriate than Cross Street. Again, I'm just going to stress that Cross Street is not off the table right now, but if we can find more appropriate spaces that could handle this better within town, we can look at that. And that's hence why we would change it to bus stop site. I would also stress the other thing I think we need to stress is the town of Kennebunkport Select Board and everyone has been very open and transparent in this process. We have listened to a lot of folks. We will continue to listen to folks. I would ask that some of the focus be put on the town of Kennebunk. They need to be part of this solution. And some of the spots the spots in Kennebunk are operated by private, for the most part, private operators. So the town of Kennebunk really hasn't done anything in terms of, we have found some spots in Kennebunk that may work. But I would think that some of the advocates that feel that we are necessarily trying to do something nefarious with the buses, I would ask you to focus a little bit more on the town of Kennebunk and get them to actually step up to the plate and find spots in their community also. So that's my comment. Anyone else want to comment or take it?
I feel I'd just like to point out that the town in the past has spent on the order of $23-some thousand in support of what have been greeters at the buses at Cross Street. That money was allocated for the work that was done in coordinating the arrival and the departure of buses. Those folks also had the opportunity to support and direct people into our town businesses. As part of this agreement with the reservation system, we will be hiring an individual, will be a employee of the town that will manage the arrival, departure, and call for any enforcement that would be required. Therefore, those monies are not probably going to be offered in support of what was done by the chamber before. I would hope that the chamber would be willing to still provide an individual to be there and support the businesses. It would just seem to me that that would be appropriate, and we would welcome having an individual be at the town bus site to stand beside the folks that will be hiring to coordinate the arrival and departure and keep things moving smoothly. There was some thought that we had fired these people or had them be unemployed. I would certainly hope the chamber would find a way to find those representatives to be there. It would seem to me that would be in support of our business community. So I did want to share that.
Yeah, so I think the way that you guys had put this proposal together, this is, we heard it right from the people from our bus operators that gave us the 20-minute timeline, 2 buses. And I know of the other areas, potential other areas, it also would be a 2-bus. So just in general, just thinking through, how do we designate does this get updated with the location, or are we gonna do that?
Not as an ordinance.
I think keeping, this is just my thought, keeping the language to say town bus site is pretty good,
be
because
plural.
if for some reason the sites that we choose for this year don't work, and we find a better site, we don't have to go back and then put in new town names and street names and stuff like that. We would designate sites, and this just directs people to those
And
particular
so like the
sites.
reservation system would explain
I think the
to them-
reservation system could sort of say the address
This is
of where
where
you're
the
gonna.
Oh,
site
absolutely,
is.
yeah.
Yeah,
With the
I
map.
think we definitely will have a legal review of that, because certainly in the enforcement as well, under a traffic violation, we need to check on that.
So it may have to be specified.
Yeah,
may
this,
have to be
this
specified.
all would need to go to legal before it goes. The other thing I did forget is we will be charging a $50 reservation fee for this year.
It's 25 on each side. And if a bus shows up without a
No,
reservation?
it's $50. You get, if you pay $50, you can either drop off and pick up for 50, you drop off for 50, or you just pick up for 50.
Well, that's fair, but
So it's
usually people
$50.
like to be picked up, but maybe
Yeah.
not. All right, that's fair. But, all right, so.
50 gets you a twofer.
And if they show up without a reservation?
That's going to be off this morning. No, if they show up without a reservation, we still need to talk about that. If they show up without a reservation, the fee, if there was room and they could be accommodated, they would then have to, it would be double that fee.
Double fee.
without a reservation, and you just show up. If we can accommodate you, we're more than happy, but it's gonna be double the fee. If we can't accommodate you, hopefully Kennebunk will have, provided us some public spaces,
You move on.
or you're gonna have to move on. You're gonna have to
Oh,
come,
sorry.
you're gonna have to come up.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, the question was if we could define if there was room, and I believe, well,
I guess, let's say define room would be, let's say, we've got the spots, I'm just gonna use Cross Street, okay? I'm just gonna use Cross Street, there's 2 spots. The 2 buses came on time, their people were very quickly getting off the bus, and the bus was able to leave 10 minutes after it arrived. And the 2 buses were in that situation, so we have a window with nobody there, and this bus happens to show up, and there's room they could maybe pull in, but it's gonna cost them $100 if they want to pull in.
So,
or someone had made a reservation for that slot or something, just it was workable in the time frame. Then we would let them drop off, we just need to ding them so they remember to get on that reservation system the next time.
But that would only happen if it could be accommodated.
Right.
And
don't
they
guarantee
may,
it.
that could still be worked out a little bit.
so what about if the bus is late for the reservation? What are you gonna do about that?
I think we would still try and honor the reservation.
We'll
We
try
would
to
still try and
accommodate
honor
it,
the
we'll have to send them
reservation.
to a waiting zone, either the trolley car or if
I mean, the
there's
thing
another
about the
spot.
reservation, the thing about, my understanding about this system is that they will be able to text, they'll get a text when the reservation is. They can also text back, hey, I'm running 15 minutes late. And having that employee there can coordinate that and say, okay, look, we can still do it, but you're gonna, do 2 red lights before you come into town. I mean, there's gonna have to be a place where, there's gonna have to be a little wiggle room with this. I mean, that's why we're trying to, this will be the first year, and look, it's not gonna be perfect.
Sent away.
But
Well,
we'll
the-
have some staging
we'll have some
places too.
staging
We'll have
areas. We'll
places
try and
where
find
we can
staging
stage.
areas.
That's what we're working on to have part of this. Yep.
So, okay, yeah.
So I don't see this.
You don't have to stand there if you don't.
Yeah, so I don't see this as I know there were some of the comments in the write-ups and stuff. I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I see this as fixing a flow problem. I don't see this as, I see it as fixing a flow problem because we have fixed constraints with streets and capacity. And so this way we have a reservation system where buses can communicate with us and also reserve spots. So if I'm a business, I would like to know that I actually can get a spot. And I know, as we heard from some of the bus operators, some of their services they're only here for an hour. So I would think from all business standpoint from the buses, if I know I can get there, I drop my people off. If they can get out of the bus in 10 minutes, that gives them 10 more minutes to be in the port. And then also, I see this as a means, because we do know buses are backed up. We know that there are some people that aren't having great experiences. So I see this as a means of sort of just evening out the flow process so that we actually can create better experiences for everyone, for residents, for businesses. I mean, businesses won't get slammed with a group of 3 or 4 or 5 buses. They'll have the same quantity of buses, but it'll be at a more even rate. Is that how you guys see it?
That is how we're trying to see it. Again, Kennebunk needs to be part of this. If Kennebunk can't find us spots, then we can only control this side of the river. And this is based on an ability for what the town of Kennebunkport's physical infrastructure can handle in as orderly a fashion as it can handle it. As I said, we have gone over and scouted across the river where we think that there are spots that the town of Kennebunk may be able to put on their public streets. It will involve them maybe having to change some things, just like we're having to change some things. If Kennebunk does not want to play or they don't do it, I can't solve everyone's problem. So I'm just saying, if you're in Kennebunk, or you have relations with Kennebunk, you need to talk to the people in Kennebunk, because right now, they have heard from us, but they haven't responded. And, the times are getting, so.
And you wanted to address this?
Sure.
Sure.
My name is Kate Bowley. I'm a 25-year resident of Cross Street. So I've seen all of the iterations of the buses over the years, and I really appreciate what you folks are saying tonight and working on trying to mitigate the challenges that are going on. So thank you. With that said, I think that the plan that you're chatting about is wonderful. And you kind of, I think, started to talk about this whilst I was walking up. But my concern, based on my observations over the years, are that, and I think the word has been used as rogue over the years, that's not something you can control. And yes, you can find these folks, but it's not going to help in terms of the buses that, you know, if there are, I mean, I think your own ordinance says, that's been in I have it in my book here, but it's been in play for 20-something years.
Since 2002, yeah.
Correct. So with that said, I think it says that 2 buses can only be on the south side of the street. Like I said, I've lived there for 25 years. I've seen 2x2. I've seen 2x2 plus buses on Union, buses over across at Kennebunkport, and buses dropping off even as I drive through town by the Big Apple. I think it's noble that you are trying to control this, but I guess my question would be how do you control it when this is what has always been in play? And we've already had a long conversation vis-a-vis Prelude about what our town police department and whatnot have been able to assist with. So I guess that is my question. How do you control it?
Kate, I think we have not been able to control it, right? And to some extent, it has gotten to where it's gotten because it just is. I think this is an attempt by the town to recognize that this is an issue. We're asking everyone to kind of help us with it this year. I don't think it's going to be perfect. I'm going to be honest. I don't think it's going to be perfect. I think there's going to be problems. But we're going to need to continue to work with it. I think the ability to sort of take the word, again, it may still be Cross Street, but taking Cross Street off of it gives us the options before the season starts to maybe find some other places that might be more suitable. We have to stay within the commercial district. I mean, that's, and it's a very small commercial district by zoning. So we are very limited as to where we can put them right now. And I think it is also going to be working with the town bus, the tour bus operators, who have been,
I think
they've been very, we have been in communication with them, and they have been very cooperative in trying to help the town. So I think part of that, once we adopt this, it's not like they don't know this is coming.
Okay.
Well, we have a reservation system
The
now, so we
system-
actually have a system, right?
And-
We have a system and we have an enforcer.
An
Yeah.
enforcer,
Yeah.
that's the
Hasn't
thing, is we
gone
have
live.
a uniform
No, it
town
hasn't gone
employee
live.
No,
that's
but
gonna be
we
directing
are-
these
the plan
buses.
is to have a system.
It's not, yeah,
Nothing's perfect, right?
Nothing is going to be
But
perfect.
it is different, it is going to be very different.
Well, it
than
also
was
will
last year.
highlight any gaps or problems that we have to solve for next, right? So I think we have a system. I think the great news is that we had bus operators show up here at our session, give us really good feedback in terms of how they operate. We learned right from them, which was great.
And there have been other they have volunteered to send buses down here where we can test them out before the season starts, so.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Please.
So don't get nervous if you see buses riding around Dock Square early, please.
Thank you for all your support on this. I'm Louise Hurlbut. I've lived here for 25 years, but prior to that, in 65, I was a summer resident with my parents, and we own a business in town. On this bus situation, I want to speak to another part of it, because my family, for 75 years, has run a bus company in Massachusetts.
Okay.
I talked to them today, and they come many trips. They bring and stay at the non-anthem. They follow your rules and so forth. They feel that you need to communicate with the New England Bus Association and work with them. You're just saying you've brought down 2 bus tour operators. If you work with the New England Bus Association, then you will get a good result. And in doing that, I asked Clymer Perry to come tonight, who's with the National Bus Association.
The National or the New England Bus?
No, he's.
National buses.
I'll let,
Okay.
this is Clymer Perry, and I'll let him speak.
Okay.
Hey guys, how are you today?
You can lift that, you can lift that up if you want.
All right.
You don't have to.
Clymer Berry, I'm with the International Motor Coach Group. I am also a longtime resident of Kennebunkport. I've lived here, grew up here. I've talked to many of the operators, and I know they've got the this kind of test thing coming. And it's great to hear that you've been in conversation with them. I think the crux of the issue when I talk to the bus operators, and I see it in town, and trying to get to the post office and this, it's where are they going to go? And you mentioned that, and I think that's the main thing. We need the buses. Traffic's been an issue here, and the buses are just the big 45-foot thing that people can look at and say, that's the problem. That's why I have traffic here. We've had traffic here forever. It's going to be here forever. I think the key thing, as Louise said, is whatever ordinance gets passed and the details around that and how to do it properly gets communicated. Again, I work for an association. We've got 54 members throughout the U.S. and Canada. However, I was on the phone today with the head of the New England Bus Association, yesterday with the Greater Northeast Motor Coach Association. There's plenty of them, and I would be happy to be a part of that communication to them and to the greater industry, making sure that whatever ordinance comes to pass is communicated and that we're working collaboratively to make the best of a situation that will be imperfect.
Well, make sure we get your card before you leave, and you might be put on an ad hoc committee, so thank you for coming. And be careful, yeah, you're going to, thank you for standing up, and he doesn't leave until we.
Did he drive a bus?
Hi, I'm
Hi.
Sarah Vanderschaff. I live at 17 Main Street in Kennebunkport. I want to thank you sincerely. You've done, David and the Select Board, you've taken on a topic that I know from reading 20 years of newspaper articles and speaking with as many longtime residents as I could has really been difficult. After this past fall season, when the tour buses, I think we had more than 2,000 people deposited across our house each week. And after I was run off a sidewalk by a tour bus that saw me and kept going. And after trying to figure out what was going on, I took myself to a tourism conference. I signed up and I went to a World Tourism Conference 3 hours away, and I arrived. And I said, I want to learn and figure out what the best leaders in tourism are doing to help thrive in communities that are feeling the pressure points. And I was greeted with some wide eyes saying, who are you with? I said, I'm with no one. I just thought, if I am part of this town, and this town has a population of 3,000 full-time residents, but also visitors, I need to educate myself. And I saw members from the Chambers of Commerce from all over New England. I learned from experts in tourism about something called destination stewardship, which is the future of how communities are relating, dealing with the relationship between residents who love a town and the pressures of tourism. And what's hurt me the most in this conversation is that we residents have been described as agitators or as outliers. I, for one, have done everything I could to become educated on this topic. I have spent hours reading the ordinances. I have gone to conferences to learn about best practices. And I have really worked from the bottom of my heart to figure out solutions that talk about transparency, accountability, and quality of life within the context of who our town is, and making sure that in 50 to 100 years, we still recognize this town and that people want to live here. And so the only thing I ask is, as we move forward, and I am very, very grateful to you, Select Board, is that we all come at this in good faith, that we want a solution that works, and that we're not throwing sand in the gears or trying to malign people's motivations. especially people who are talking about something that affects every minute of their life. I live in that neighborhood. I breathe the diesel fumes. I try to walk across the street with my dogs without getting run over. And what I've asked for is an examination of ordinances that are already on the books, an enforcement of them, and an update to them. And I'll tell you this, it's very sad then to think that because of doing that, we're labeled as agitators or a small group of residents who want to kick up dirt. That's not right, and we're not going to get to a solution if that's the narrative. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak?
Anybody on Zoom, Dave?
No hands raised.
All righty.
So, again, we're not adopting, oh, I don't know if that was a Massachusetts accent. We're not going to adopt this tonight. You should feel free to take a look at it. I believe it's out. Is it out? Can we?
We don't have it on the website, but we can put it up
We can put it
tomorrow.
out there. Again, you should feel free to call me. Again, I did say that I'm going to go out with a couple groups of people. If you would like to join us to try and potentially find spots that you think may work, we're happy to take that information. You can get in touch with me. That's probably a weekend project. So I'm going to leave it there. I don't know if anyone's got anything else.
Thank you.
Say Kennebunk again.
Good.
Kennebunk, yeah, come on.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
And Tina with the No Nantum.
Yeah,
and
really.
Just want to thank you again for all the work that you've done on this, topic as well. What's the process from here?
I think the process from here is that we've got to get this adopted, right? And we got to get this implemented.
But
And-
but when does it get adopted?
Well, we could bring it if in 2 weeks from now, once we have to run it through legal, right? And we could bring it, depending on legal, we could bring it in 2 weeks. There would be a public hearing to talk about it. And then at that point, this board has the authority to adopt it, and then it would become effective. So it could be within 2 weeks, it could be, let's say, I would see within the month, let's put it that way. You asked about future things. My goal would be to continue this conversation about places to find where the buses can go, maybe tweaks that need to happen once we've gathered the data from this particular year. And happy to have conversations with residents and businesses about maybe future things that we can do that we don't do right now about other locations or things like that, other ways of doing it.
And getting the reservation system launched, getting people notified, which thank you very much. Your input will be great on that, so that folks will know to make their reservation.
Yeah, so.
Tina, how do you feel, like, when you were hearing the, 2 buses per hour, at a time, 20 minutes, the feedback that we got from the bus operators in the public hearing, and then the time that we're operating this, what is your initial thought?
Well, I think the hours of the day are appropriate. A 9 to 5 situation is, certainly appropriate time from, when did you say, June to?
Well, I mean, it would start in May. It
mid-November.
would start in May, but it goes to November 15th,
I
right?
mean, I think that those timeframes are certainly appropriate. Do I think that 2 buses every 20 minutes, limiting it to 6 an hour, which really is only 3 arrivals and 3 departures, you're taking about, 100 buses down to 30, I think our conversation was?
Well, maybe down to 60, yeah.
So it's a huge drastic reduction in volume, which I think that's part of the point. And to your point, Mary Beth, I think that there's always safety that's concerned, but I think that congestion is a really big issue. And, being able to try to streamline some of that and putting some parameters in place once it's sorted out, because David, you're right, it's a first year, and I don't think it's going to go as planned, but nothing never does in a first year attempt. But I sit and listen to both sides of this situation, and I hope that this motor coach issue doesn't create a divisive place in our community between businesses and residents, because as the same conversation with Prelude, This is something that affects all of our community, residents and businesses alike. So having open conversations, I think, are really important.
No, and I would agree with that, and I don't think it should make
Right.
a divisive
Oh, yeah,
thing.
absolutely
And
not.
that goes on both sides, right?
Correct, correct.
Sometimes the businesses have to dial it back too.
It's hard when.
I know,
And
but.
it's finding a balance. It's
Right,
certainly
everyone has a
finding
right to say
balance.
what they want, but
Absolutely.
sometimes they're not being productive when they say what they want, okay? So, I'm not, I think most people know what I'm talking about. If not, you can figure it out. Again, we talk about 3 towns, 1 community, okay? Kennebunkport has been open and transparent about trying to deal with this issue. We have a neighboring community next door, and I think some of that pressure now needs to be put on them. If we can only handle 2 buses in our commercial zone, Kennebunk across the river can come up with 2 spaces also. And that could alleviate that, so there wouldn't be a shortage of buses, there would just be a dispersion of buses. So I think some of the focus needs to get put on them to say, how are you gonna help Kennebunkport deal, the 3 towns, 1 community deal with the buses?
Sure. I don't disagree. I mean, I do believe that there have been conversations with Kennebunk.
Yeah, there have been.
And I think they, just as this board has a process, so do they. So it's going to take a little bit of time for them to be able to get their ducks in a row. But, I just would hope that through this process, that the business community can be a part of the conversation as well.
The business community will be a part of the conversation. Fully part of the conversation. But the other people, some of the comments that were made 2 weeks ago, the business community would be part of it, the chamber would be a part of it, the tour bus operators would be part of it. People who said that forgot to say the residents would be a part of it. And I'm just letting you know, the residents will be a part of it, just as on equal footing as the business community will be a part of it. The ultimate decision and the person driving this will be the Kennebunkport Board of Selectmen. Will decide what the final decision is.
Tina, can I just test my understanding, can you just give me your feedback? Because this is where I think I'm just trying to figure out if my thought process is, is square or not. So when I'm looking at, I made the comment of this is a flow process to help us continuously get buses in. And so are we truly losing that quantity of buses in our town, or because were they truly dropping off? There's no way that we were really getting that. If the bus operators are telling us that it's like 20 minutes to drop off people, or get them back on the bus, then is it your perception that we really are reducing our buses, or am I somewhat correct thinking that the buses were here, but they weren't either dropping off, they didn't have enough time, people were squished? I mean, I think that this is a great solution in terms of, getting a flow going. Do you see it differently? I'm just trying to understand the other side.
Yes, I do. I don't disagree that there needs to be a more consistent flow, but I think the chamber could probably speak to the volume much better than I can, because I'm not versed in those numbers, and I don't want to say that's anything that's incorrect. I mean, the concern that when I look at the way the chamber had been handling the reservation system and the greeting is welcoming these visitors to our community, and the fear that I have is that the visitors aren't going to be welcomed in the same manner that they had in the past. And if you talk about cost, if the town paid $23,000 to have to supplement the chamber to have people here, but now we're going to have an officer there plus hire someone else, and we're talking about a strain on our resources. I'm not sure that conversation is aligning with what's happening here. I don't disagree that some changes need to be made, but I think that there's some inconsistencies of what I'm hearing.
Well, we're charging a fee for the drop-off. It was never charged before. That's what covers the cost of the software and the individual the town has to hire. I'm hoping that the chamber would still have someone there to greet people and do what the chamber ought to be doing. That's why I just see a disconnect there.
Yeah, and I think that's where we were struggling with some of the chamber comments there, is that there's there's nothing that stops the chamber from, as John said, and probably David, there's nothing that stops the chamber from having a greeter there. Like, we don't know why the chamber wouldn't have a greeter there.
Exactly.
I think
To support the businesses.
I would think it's a budget issue, but I mean, again, you know,
Wow.
I'm not involved with
No,
the chamber to that.
and I know
that
someone
stuff.
from the chamber, they can speak if they want, or we can have an offline conversation with the chamber. I mean, the town of Kennebunkport obviously would love to have greeters here, but the town of Kennebunkport cannot, we can't, you know, it's a conversation with the chamber. I mean, it is technically, I guess the feeling would be it is a duty or a mission of the chamber to do that. I don't know if it's necessarily the mission of the town of Kennebunkport to provide the money so the chamber can do their mission.
Exactly.
That's all it is. I mean,
Okay.
so I want to make it clear, we're not asking the chamber to give up, we're not saying give up your 4 greeters. We'd love to have them working with us, but we can have another conversation about that. But I just think it went out there that we're getting rid of them, and we're not getting rid of them.
I'd say, like, unless you have a thought, I'd like to move on.
Yeah,
please.
Absolutely.
But,
I'm sorry.
do you have a thought, please? I'm
No,
sorry.
I was thinking, I was listening to Susan when she was here earlier, and I had come across some paperwork from back in 1996, which I did share.
I have it.
Dark
Which I
ages.
did share. And if you read through
it's-
some of that, I think we could probably change the dates and the
Yeah,
names.
we
And we're dealing with some of the same issues that we
Sure.
dealt with, you know, 30
Sure.
years ago.
So we never got
and
it
so-
right, is what that
Well,
says.
well, history has a way of repeating
Repeating
itself, but it creates a blueprint also.
Yeah.
For where we need to go and.
Do it
some
differently.
issues And doing differently.
Thank you.
There was also a study that the Growth Planning Committee had done back in the year 2000, I believe it was, that might want to be looked at as well, which we have, I'm sure you have a copy of it, we have a copy of that also. Which we-
26 years ago? Okay.
I was a part of all.
Before the ordinance was adopted.
Yeah, I was a part of all that back
Okay,
then, so,
all right. I mean, I think there is, yeah, we can.
yes,
And that, I think, going forward is what we will build off of.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Tina.
you very much.
Thank you. Real quick.
Take your time, take your time.
Again, Kate Bauer-Burke. This is really more of addressing our business community here. We've talked a lot
Kate.
about.
Kate, lift it up here.
Yeah,
Well, there you
now
go.
you gotta sing a
Now
song.
I'm really
Kate.
stuck. I'm talking the techno idiot
broke it,
here,
you gotta
so
hold
I'll
it.
hold this for the moment, and
the
then
AV
somebody else
thing
can
is up
rescue me
next.
later. Basically, we've talked a lot about interaction between the residents and the business community. And I would love to see more of that happening. And as I said before, and I'm kind of addressing this to Emily and to Tina and anybody else here who's part of the hospitality industry, and
Kate, you
particularly
gotta
the
look at, Kate,
You gotta
gotta
direct
address
it
the
to us.
board. You have to address the
Oh,
board.
sorry, well,
We're
well,
here.
through you, I'm addressing Tina
Yeah.
and Emily and
karaoke.
anybody else
This
here
isn't a
who has
karaoke,
a
okay?
restaurant, for
Gotta talk
example,
to
or,
us.
as I said, we used to go out to restaurants many times. We had a group in Goose Rocks Beach that did this at least twice a month in the off-season, similar operation out of Cape Porpoise. I would love to work, and when it ended with COVID, when we went back and tried to restart it after COVID, I understand why there was little interest on all of the restaurants' part, because at that point, everybody was struggling to find staff and stay open. But I'm just saying, if the restaurant here would like to work with us more, we could get something like this started again. We'd love to come visit your restaurants. We'd love to come as a group. We can define the size of the group, whatever. So please, I don't know, I don't have a business card, but Kate Bauer-Burke, please get in touch if the board, can I turn around for a minute? Please get in touch if you'd like to talk this through some more. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate. Thanks.
Just leave it
squeeze
there, just leave it there. The AV.
And my adrenaline surge from this afternoon has gone. I'm going away.
All
Bye.
right, okay. Are we up to AV equipment?
We up to, I think we are ready to AV.
Okay. Everybody will
Where,
leave.
where,
And
wait,
folks,
where
please-
is everyone
Thank you.
going?
We didn't do the park.
Good night, folks, and I totally understand. It's a long night.
We didn't do valet parking.
Did you guys do
All right, let's get right to it.
No, we haven't done that, did I?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Hold on, I'll tell you. I was asking you.
go to
Table
11.
it. We're tabling that.
I should announce that.
All right, well,
Can we go? We can go. People are leaving. Are you happy with us?
All righty, folks, if you are going to be exiting, please exit quickly. Thank you, folks. If you are exiting, please exit with haste, and we can continue. Thank you so much. I do want to mention item 11. We were talking about possibly reviewing the valet parking. We have not been able to finalize that with attorneys, so that will be tabled.
Good.
excellent.
So, number 12, we are to consider audio and visual proposal for the replacement of equipment in the village fire station. Yanina.
Good evening, board. I just think, I think Dave needs one more minute to clear the sound
Yeah,
for noise.
bye-bye.
Good evening, board. Yanina Nicholas, Director of Support Services. I love that you're gonna end your evening with me because I have next 3 items. So let's quickly go through the audio-visual proposal. So in November of 2025, my department put out an RFP that basically a request for proposal that asked for a new professional audio-video broadcast system. And just for people to understand, it's literally what we're using here now for this Tied to your, those are the biggest changes that I've made in those ordinances, that's it.
That's perfect. So you don't need a vote, that's
Do
just
we not need a vote?
So
FYI.
you
Oh.
just need to say, yes, we
Yeah.
can bring this.
Yes, we
Yes.
can bring it.
Yes.
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 Yes, we
And
will
then
bring
in
it.
2 weeks,
Needs to
we'll
be
have a
Two
public
weeks.
Public
hearing.
hearing.
Gotcha,
Okay,
okay,
there you
yes.
go.
That's all.
Thank you,
very
ma'am.
much.
Oh,
Thank you
is that it?
again, Nina. Thank you.
Excellent job.
So item 15, to accept a $250 donation from Patricia and Larry Keller dedicated towards the Nurses General Fund.
So moved with gratitude.
Second.
First and second, discussion, hearing none.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. And now asking for other business. Joe?
None here, sir?
David?
None. No, well,
you.
it's late.
None,
Yeah, good
sorry,
for
you
you.
already said none. Go, Alan.
Well, I said none.
Are you all set? None.
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 Uh-oh.
Ooh, none, we are good. Thank you.
Don't we have to vote on a warrant?
It's 9:13. Yes,
Yeah.
we're not, oh, no, we're
sorry.
not done.
But it's not under other business.
Oh, I was ready to adjourn. Let's
So now we do have to approve
We're losing it, guys.
the February 26, 2026, that's not 26, it's twos, two
So
zeros.
moved.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And now, Dave,
A motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.